bum bum. Ba-da-dum bum ba-da-bum. Ba-da-da-dum ba-dum ba-da-da-dum. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-da-da-da-da. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Ba-da-da-da-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Da-ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-da. Looks like we're live, oh. Looks like we're live after all. Howdy. How are we? Hope all is well with everyone stuck in their quarantine. Alright, I'll just share this along. Oh, I've got stuff to do. Alrighty. Yeah, how is everyone? Hope you're well. I think playing games is really like the best thing you could be doing at this time. Or watching people play games, of course. Keeping some distance from people, staying entertained, doing a bit of socializing. Even though I'm like all by myself in this one. Oh, what the fuck? Timefall Fort. Change drinks. Does this one give me more? Something different. What started me off on more already? It's odd. Time to put on my MAGA hat and glasses. What am I doing? That's in a completely different area. Enough, I want to go there. Got a couple of emails. You're an inspiration, Sam. I owe you an apology. In my last mail, made it sound like you were on the fast track to becoming obsolete. Guess I was caught up in my excitement of that delivery bot. Maybe I didn't show it so much, but I was glad to find you on your doorstep again. Our doorstep, in fact. Seriously, sure, the bots are useful and less risky. That doesn't mean we don't still need you guys. If anything, we need you now more than ever. You're a symbol, an inspiration. When people see you risking your neck for the rest, they have something to aspire to. I'm not saying that everybody should charge off into the wilderness, of course, but I think you're a great example of how we could work towards a better future. People need that. Hell, I need that. One step closer to understanding the beach. Hey Sam, I just submitted my latest progress report. I know the Evo Devo unit utilizes the Cairo network to access the beach, but I don't understand how. I'm not sure anybody does, but whoever came up with the theory behind it is a bona fide genius. We can't reclaim the past we lost, but piecing it together from what's left is the next best thing. Must have took a truly great mind to figure that out. You know what it reminds me of? Pictures. After all, what's a picture but a fragment? A two-dimensional snapshot of space and time, not to mention the thoughts and feelings of whoever took it. Physical memory to match the ones in our heads. We say we've got our own beach, and it's these beaches that we route the network through. Maybe that's a part of it. Maybe there's more of us and our memories in our beaches than we realize. But I'm just a layman when it comes to this stuff. If anything, you've got a better chance of understanding it. You're the one with dooms, after all. Alright, looks like we've got a viewer. Who we got? Give us a message or something. Tips, I just want to see. Calling out, movement. Stamina. Nullifying enemy scanner pings. Yeah, so that's just the normal button, should be fine. Interviews. Fragile's umbrella and suit. You think that thing Fragile carries is an umbrella? I can see why you jump to that conclusion. With that shape and all. But you're wrong. If it's any consolation, I thought it was an umbrella too at first. It's actually some kind of navigational device that Fragile came up with herself. I won't pretend to understand the theory behind it, but I'm told it factors chiral density across beaches and plots coordinates for her jumps. Fragile's got some kind of dooms that lets her move from beach to beach. The way she tells it, she kind of clears her mind and lets her powers do the rest. Maybe it's something similar with the spikes on her suit. When Fragile senses chiralium concentrations, they pop out. I'm not sure if she'd be able to tell otherwise. It's like an unconscious reaction. The spikes only react when chiral density decreases. Who knows? Names and theories are just ways of coping with things we don't really understand. Same with visual indications of the intangible, maybe. All I can say is that Fragile's umbrella and spikes seem to help her hone her powers. The America of the past. Oh boy, you want to hear about America. Well, you asked for it. But if you're looking for some rose-tinted bullshit, you've come to the wrong place. I was an immigrant, you see. Nothing special about it. The whole country was built by immigrants. Right off the bat, I could see it wasn't quite the land of the free I'd been led to believe. But for a while there, it wasn't so bad. Even bought into the American dream for a minute. I mean, how? They let a black guy and a woman take a shot at presidency, you know. Didn't last, though. Somewhere along the line, people became so damned intolerant. All of a sudden, there wasn't any room for any other opinion. Or other people. That matter. We even elected a guy right before the Death Stranding that wanted to build a wall along the whole border, stop anyone like me from coming in. Once that talk started up, I reckoned that was that. How could I expect a goddamn thing from a country that didn't want me? How could I hope to get by in land where the weak and needy got fucked over for profit and peace of mind? So yeah, I figured holing up in a shelter was the way to go. Didn't know how bad things would get. No one did. But I tell you, if it hadn't been for that single decision, I wouldn't be here talking to you right now. Just goes to show that the only person anyone can rely on is his own damn self. UCA, give me a break. You're just pushing the same old bullshit repackaged for a brave new world. There you go, a reference to Donald Trump in this game, Jesus. Alright, we should probably get on with it. Look at my MAGA hat. Jeez. Alright.
Fucking idiot. Thinking you could keep us safe. A man like you. I put on that bet. Just you and me now. Beat That's all I got. Keep you safe. No matter what.
Beginning scan. Scanning Bridges ID. Verifying ID.
Um.
Beginning scan. Have a pleasant journey. Have a pleasant journey. Weapons restrictions lifted.
Hey, enemy scanner ping negated. What the fuck? So should be able to just get there straight through there. Hello. How are ya? Good. So I went back. Ah, that's cool. I was just like, I didn't know where to start.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Welcome to Lake Knot City. Proceed to distribution center.
Hmm. Part of the system. Yeah. Okay. There you go. Hey, I went back to our video we just did the other night, and our conversation was great. Then when you come back from the little break, it's like disconnected again, and you're not on there. And so I posed the choice to you that to allow you to reconsider, you know, a former state of a system which has change in it, which is your mind, and whether you'd like to refer back to the state in which it was connected. It's purely selfish. It makes my channel a lot more interesting. Alright, no, it's actually not selfish. It's to bring out the best of you and to like allow you to flourish in this world, which yeah.
Let's get a move on.
You could, and it would be really good for everyone. I mean, like, you know, not everyone has to do good things. Like, you know, what is morals really? Like, I mean, like, you know, if you're busy, like, then that's alright. But if you're going to be here and we're going to be talking, then, like, it could be better to have us talking in a domain where, like, other people could benefit from it too. Because it's not like... Well, that's to presume that the other people, like, want to hear something useful, or whether they just want to hear shits and giggles. Not currently. Well, then you've got nothing to lose at all then, do you? But if like it takes a lot of your resources to make the jumpers, then you shouldn't. There's other things you could probably do which like would be better for other people. But considering you're already making jumpers, and like you're not going to be wearing them yourself, you could give them to others. You could. I'm using something on this that I haven't used before on there. It's the carrier. It's like a little trailer, and I can put things on it. I'm not sure how much I can put on there though. It's telling me I can't put too much more on. Yeah. Oh, they're not new, but like only certain resources are in them. Oops. What do I do? Sorry. Let's... Oh, still not weed. I don't know what you're talking. Are you reviewing your own conversation? Oh, yeah. I like listen to it for like a few minutes. Oh, that's good. But like, it's a long conversation. I've got videos where I'd like edit them and put like intros and outros and stuff to them, and I'd go over them a fair bit, especially because I wasn't quite used to it, and occasionally I'd go through it and be like, oh shit, you know, we're talking about something like really offensive, or someone in the party says something like fucking racist or this or that, and I'm like, yeah, no, I'm not like putting that up. Sometimes, you know, if someone's talking about something really personal, then I'll probably like put some sound or something over the top of that, or mute it out or whatever. But yeah, like, I think, you know, it's just about the trust of the person putting the video together, and whether you think they would like maliciously do something to like fuck you up, I guess. But yeah, so I can just ruin your life. No, like, yeah, it is scary. Oh, so you're infophiliac. Infophobic, sorry. We've talked about this. I think it's like our first conversation. Well, it's just combining two words that already have meanings. There you go.
Hey, how's it going? Wow, this is way more than we expected. Thank you, Sam.
If I'm not afraid to do so. Yeah, look, like, I think the one thing that allows the world to become a worse place is for good men to do nothing. You know what I mean? Like, if there's people out there trying to get, like, personal information off people so they can, like, I don't know, let's say, hack their ID and their bank accounts and shit, then, like, if there's only one or two people doing it, then, like, they're going to be the targets. But if the whole world has all their shit on Facebook all the time, then it's kind of, like, puts the balance out there. There's more good happening than there is shit stuff. I mean, sure, they're, like, you know what I mean? Like, and the more people do that, then the more effort gets put into putting security around that so that it's safe to do that. So you got to be, like, that venturer who goes out into the plains of the unknown and like plot a course, and even though it's dangerous for you, it means the people after you have it easier. So you'd be doing humankind a favour by just unmuting your mic.
Always a pleasure, sir.
You are humankind.
Good work.
It's the selfish gene. You'd be looking after your own species and therefore yourself.
Information.
Is it? You're getting very poetic, but I don't believe you. Hey, shut up, alright? I'll get around to you and I'll judge you in a moment, but now I'm going to talk to your partner. So you lent him $5,000? Okay, and did you, you know, have any invoices on this? No? Then forget about it. You're not getting it back. It says here that you say you're in a relationship, but he says you're just hooking up. So what's the go there? Me or him? Oh. Oh, friendship is about feeling bad. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's okay to feel guilty. Oh, it's just like a comical side effect of fucking with you. Mm. Well, what if we make it a transactional thing, like Eric Byrne style? You did. So what? So what did I give you in return? Yeah. Well, I'm willing to give you that to you again. No. So you just want to steal my healthy conversation and not even give anything back? So it is entertainment. So it is good. Well, remember, I also said that staring at a ceiling is worth a life. So you know, I'm just saying that, like. Oh, thank you. No. Well, now I feel bad. Is there anything I can do to make this more comfortable for you? You allow it? Well, you can't be any more original than just speaking your mind. Unless you're like a complete sheep, and I don't think you are.
Okay, I am. Yeah, I've turned it on.
But I think, again, that's like, you know, you putting pressure on yourself when...
Well, how do you motivate? Okay, well then I'll pose you this question. Like, how do you motivate yourself, when you need to do something? How do you talk to what's the inner dialogue that runs through your head?
Well, it depends what it is, I guess. If it's something I don't want to do, I look at...
How would you categorize it? Like, does it come from like a negative place, or does it come from a positive place?
You can use both. Like I told you, you know, like metal to me is... It's not like wanting the world to be easy so that it's a pleasure to do something. It's like looking at how challenging something can be and doing it in spite of that, and getting the reward of the difficultness of it. You know, like I could be playing this game on easy from the start, but I'm like, you know what, let's go hard. And it fucked me around for ages, but like now I can say, yeah, I did it from the start, and you know, it's just about building up your tolerance to things. It's good for yourself to do things on hard mode. And doing things you don't want to do. And if it's good for you, then if someone else needs you to do something, then it's good for them too.
Dang, you should have a podcast.
Well, this is it.
What, and I'm the guest speaker? Wow, kid, a proxy, yes?
We have a special guest today, a Proxies. Everyone give him a warm welcome.
The man, Doctor Proxius. No, you mate. I would like a PhD, to be honest.
Sorry?
I really think it's not fun. Like, in terms of, like, commanding that authoritative kind of, like, expert opinion, that'd be pretty cool. Like, because in podcasts, there's an assumption there, right? There's an expectation that you know what the F you're talking about, kind of. Or at least you feign it. So it's like, if you're a doctor, mate, it would be like, it's like when I've had customers before, they come in and they'll be like, okay, so what's your last name? Like, first name, last name, da da da. And I'm like, Dr. Suzanne, Dr. Barbara. And I'm like, shut up. That's funny. Yeah.
Yeah, look, that just doesn't have to be too much pressure around any of this stuff. We're just...
There's always pressure.
But like, I think it's good that we take on challenging topics. But like, if that's not what you want to do today, then that's fine. We can talk about whatever. I know I said things like, oh, you know, people just want to talk about the weather, and I'm like, fucking boring as shit. But I mean, like, it's not to say there aren't times I just, you know, want to talk about ice cream, you know, just whatever.
So fun talking about ice cream, all the different flavors.
Yeah.
How fast it melts. Yeah, I think that's a good point. And I think that if you would, yeah, I think that's one of the biggest things behind motivations. Like, I've often found myself, when it comes to those sorts of conversations, it just, I think personally, it just flows out of me. Sometimes when I pose questions and stuff, that it's just pointless. Like, it feels, do you know what I mean? It feels like it becomes more of a burden in the long run with certain people. But that's why you obviously play dumb, right? So then you can just like, yeah, not talk about that sort of stuff.
Yeah, I don't know. I think if I know that I'm doing it, then I'll struggle with it. But sometimes you would just rock up and there'll be a group of people talking about something that's just not you, or it's like very oppositional to what you would think, and it's like, oh, how much effort would I have to put in to like challenging this, or you know, like, I do this enough already, and like, I just kind of want to like get settled and have a fucking coffee before I like do anything too extreme.
Alrighty, I get it. No, I think you're right, and I think that's the biggest thing because that was the biggest actually. Because I mentioned my friend last night that ended up saying what they said, and I was just like, look, like with relationships, like it takes work to sustain it, no matter to what degree that work is healthy. Like it still involves energy and like investment and kind of stuff like that. So if you want to avoid some sort of permanence, some sort of like this is forever in a connection, then you're actually avoiding emotional kind of intimacy. So I think in regards to looking at it as like an atomic kind of broken set part for like how to communicate with others effectively is basically just saying like two people have to tango, do you know what I mean? Like a third person makes it awesome, but maybe that's what we need. We need a third person statistic. Do you have a third person?
Maybe your friend just wants a third person involved and doesn't want it to be too awkward when he asks for it.
Shut up. Yeah. No thanks. That is funny. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. And see, that's a really good question to pose, because then it places the crux of the lack of emotional kind of receptivity on me. Right. It's a good question. So what things do people, that's a good topic, I suppose. Like, what do you think people with friends, like, people in friends with benefits scenarios, kind of, what troubles do you think they're running away from or they're not facing? Like, what, would you ever enter into situations with friends with benefits? Did you?
I have, yeah. Yeah, look, I wouldn't say they're necessarily issues, but there was like a time in which I was like, yeah, nah, I'm not comfortable with this anymore, and so we stopped. But, looking back, the issues I had with it, I wouldn't have issues with now, other than the fact fucking you're not in any zone to be doing that anymore.
Yeah.
As in, like, you know, I'm married, I've got a kid, but if she was cool with that and we were both cool with that, then I think it's the people in the relationship that set the boundaries, not anyone else. So
yeah, good point.
The only thing is I wouldn't want her to be uncomfortable. I wouldn't do it unless she was comfortable.
Yeah. That's that's a good point.
So, yeah, I don't know. I say just have fun. Like, if you're not in a relationship, there's nothing holding you back. But if you want one and you don't want to feel used, then I can understand you not doing it. But
yeah. Good. Yeah. And I
well, you know, it's a
really
transaction. You're both using each other, and I don't think that has to necessarily be like, an ungraceful thing.
Yeah. And I think that's one of obviously that's what categorizes friends with benefits like situations, is that idea that it is so transactional that it's almost ungraceful or displeasing, because obviously as like humans we want to feel like catered to or our needs met, but in a kind of equal give and take scenario. So I suppose, but you're right, like it depends on the degree to which you would look at the entire connection between two people as being, or like with other people as being little infinite, what's that stupid word? Infinitesimal, whatever, like small intervals of like forever going on distinctions of you giving and other people taking. And I think that goes back to care ethics, what you said, like what we discussed last time about who gets to decide who's the care receiver and who's the caregiver. Tough. I don't know.
one way you could look at it, right, is that both in a relationship and with friends and benefits, you can be solely with each other and be, what's the word? Exclusive.
Yeah.
So you could say like, I'm happy to do it whilst we're exclusive, but once you or I find someone else and you're interested in that person, then just like a heads up would be nice, you know? And I think that's what a relationship has in its fine print, is this like, you know, we're together with each other, and if you feel like doing something with someone else, then like basically it's over. Well, I think Friends with Benefits has that option of like not speaking about it, but it could have that included anyway, or it might, you know.
Yeah, it's like an unspoken rule almost. Yeah.
But you know, some people might want to be friends with benefits, and then someone says no, and then they go, you know, and then it turns into a relationship anyway. But they might still be in that zone where they want to do whatever with whoever, but because they felt uncomfortable telling you, then they call it a relationship and just don't tell you that they've actually been fucking around.
Yeah.
So.
And I suppose, yeah.
And who
I
knows,
think
like,
it goes back to what you were saying with boundaries, you know. What makes you feel good, and like what do you both really bring to the table, and what do you both really get out of it that's going to be lasting, or at least lasting for a long time in the future, potentially.
Another thing that I don't think you've mentioned yet is
excellent job, thank you.
The potential that he's in a similar boat to you, where he wants a relationship, but he's too afraid to come on too strong.
Yeah.
And so he's put it as like this casual thing, and maybe he doesn't want to get hurt himself. But maybe he's open to those things, but he just doesn't want to be open about how open he is in case he gets hurt.
Yeah. And I suppose that's like the meeting of two minds. I suppose, like, if you're going to be, and I suppose that's kind of what's scary almost, because like if there's two people with obviously entering this friends with benefits situation, is it the case that there's something innate about the connection that is unhealthy? You know, this idea that it is so transactional, or that it is so give and take, that there's something actually wrong with how they govern their own attachment styles that might be in there. That's kind of like, I feel like, for example, like it could be like relationship simplicity. It's like they've reduced things down to the fine point that when it is transactional and when you are kind of exchanging these either physical things, sexual things, or emotional things, obviously sometimes, like, perhaps it is the case that it's just been fine-grained down to molecules of sand, and that's not actually what makes a good relationship good, and that they're just trying to simplify it almost, and that's a way to do it. But I suppose, like, if you, on the other hand, if you're in a relationship and not all your needs are being satisfied, I suppose that degree to what you were saying, like in the fine print, whether you can seek it out or not seek it out, is what might be at core issue. I don't know, it's so complicated, but yeah. Eek. I don't think I would be open. I don't know. I really don't know.
Have you ever done it before?
No.
No?
Well, what do you mean, friends with benefits? I've definitely done it in terms of being a parasite and leeching their ideas, right? All of their intellect. Oh yeah, come on. No, I did it at high school, really, if we're talking about friends with benefits in that way. Like, I remember there was this biology test, and I honestly was almost seen as like this group clown. Not the class clown, but just in the group, because I was so wild. Like, I was stupid, I never went to school, like, I acted dumb, and that was kind of my front, you know? And anyways, yeah, I was acting real dumb, and I leached I felt like it was leeching. A lot of my friends told me it wasn't the case that I was leeching their ideas. But I basically went round to every single one of them in the bio class that all got high grades, and I said, oh, I really need your help. I'm struggling. I can't really understand it.
Mm.
And I could understand it fairly well. Like, I was competent, and I just wanted their reiteration of the rules behind it and the mechanisms. And basically, I aced the test. They failed. And I got the highest grade, aced it, and I got an award. I got invited into this thing, and I was like, you know what? That felt like parasitism. Like, that felt like I was leeching. Do you know what I mean? So I suppose, like, yeah, friends with benefits. That was a friends with benefits arrangement.
Well, it's not what I was referring to, but sure. Look, it's everyone's job to do whatever it takes to get good scores at school. And if you were resourceful and went around to people and gave them credit for their knowledge and made them feel good, and you asked them politely and they shared that stuff with you, then, like, all the better to you. Like, they should have been doing it with you. But they didn't. Because maybe they felt more self-assured in what they knew, and you were more eager to learn, so good on you.
Yeah.
And, you know, if they came to you in the next season and were like, look, you obviously did really well, so can I spend time with you, then
I said no.
then you'd be a dick.
I said, no, get a life, I'm dumb. I don't want you to do well, bitch. This is a transactional thing. Nah. Yeah. That is right.
But yeah, I don't know. I don't think you should be afraid of it. Do it. Like, see how it goes.
What makes you think I'm afraid?
I didn't say you're afraid. I said I don't think you should be afraid.
Oh, okay. Good, yeah. Good
Well, you
thing.
obviously see it negatively in some way.
Really? Why?
Because you're contemplating the pros and cons, and so far it's been all cons. Have you considered the good sides of being friends with benefits with this person?
Well, I think I was taking a more, detached kind of look at it, but yeah.
Maybe just some
I
human.
suppose at the end of the day, the reason why some people might not feel so entranced by a friends with benefit scenario would be because their ego's not stroked. Do you know what I mean? Like, they're not the sole focus. They're not at the center of the wheel. And I suppose that's what's a little alarming about it. But I suppose, like, I wonder if that's, what's motivated me to be reluctant to it. Nah, I know exactly what it is, and it's not that. So.
What is it?
No, I'm not open to discussing that.
On live
because.
broadcast.
Yeah. Not necessarily for
Did you turn it on?
Yes.
Good man. See, like, there might be someone else in your situation, or maybe younger or more naive, and they're considering the same thing.
Younger and naive. Me, younger and naive.
Either younger or more naive, or both, than you, who needs some, like, guidance on the matter. And our conversation's fleshing it out for them.
But, well, yeah. I don't know why they wouldn't just take your advice, since your counsel seems reasonable.
I'm not saying, like, people should do it if they don't feel comfortable with it, but
Yeah.
you're not really going to know unless you try. And I think it's one of those things that gets talked down upon.
Yeah.
When really it is a relationship. It's just one with parameters. And every relationship has parameters, but they're unspoken, is kind of what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Everyone's got their own idea of what it means and what requirements there are in a relationship. And no one ever talks it out until you both figure out that you had different ideas. And then it's an argument. And one's, like, strongly offended by something that's happened. And it's like, well, if you talked about it in a more objective sort of way, like a friends with benefits beginning usually does, then maybe they would have avoided that offence right at the start.
Yeah.
So
I suppose that, like, the reason why I look at friends with benefits under the lens that I do is because to what degrees is it just the benefit? Do you know what I mean? Like, you're reaping the rewards without necessarily providing the correct parameters for that friendship to begin with. And I think that's what's tricky, because friendship obviously involves compromise and trust and love and all that trash. So, like, to what to what degree?
well, it seems like you value that strongly.
Oh, maybe I do. Maybe that's why I don't want to.
All that trash.
But then again, then again, to me, like, the way that I see connections isn't as friends per se. Like, I see it as very reduced forms of perhaps things that we're seeking. So maybe that's where the problem is like, instead of operating from like this deficit of like trying to reach and attain that friendship level first and then going into the benefits, perhaps I should just look at the benefits.
Yeah, find out what kind of benefits he's after, and then ask yourself, what ones do you want?
Hey, I've really...
You might have the same benefits.
Yeah, nah.
Oh.
Well, I suppose it wasn't a council session for me, right? Like, I think I've made up my mind on that one, but I suppose, yeah, just in the spirit of good thoughts and pros and cons, yeah, it is worth thinking about.
Because what if all he's saying is that he doesn't want there to be any emphasis on long-term commitment?
Yeah, permanent.
And meet each other's parents, you know?
That's dumb. So that's sick. Are you telling me? No, that's the dumbest. No. That is... No, I don't like it. I really don't like
what
it.
Don't you
red
like?
flag. That's a fucking red flag. What are your red... Like, what are red flags then? If you don't categorize that as a big, fat red flag...
What, not wanting to see each other's parents?
Not wanting to... No, because that's not necessarily the thing that matters.
Or the long-term relationship part?
No. The values within the connection for wanting to meet the parents. Like, because obviously if your partner wants you to go meet their parents, it's not about the parents. It's about you satisfying whatever value they've grown up with and they've nourished. So I suppose in that context it could be anything. But like, if my partner didn't want to nourish my values, whatever I put on a pedestal, then fuck them, bitch.
What if they've had like trauma in the past with people's parents?
No, see, that's not my point. But let's do it. Let's say I highly valued my partner meeting my parents and they didn't want to. That's a tricky one, because I'm trying to tell them how they ought to behave. I think you would obviously want to break it down into intentions. Like, if they really wanted to make me happy, what ideal person in my relationship, like, what would the ideal person that would be meeting my needs do in this scenario? I suppose that's the way to get it right. But,
well, maybe you're looking at it specifically from the point of view of people having to meet your needs.
Yeah. But then that's where intentions come in, right? Then I would be like, okay, well,
look at these
if it
guys.
is the case...
Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
These are real people.
Thanks for the help.
Real people, like real people.
They're real people.
This one's for you.
I'm giving them a like.
Thanks for the help.
What do you mean real people? Like... Do you mean like real people, like, or like NPCs, real people, or like...
Yeah. Do they want something from me? Should I give them something?
Oh, those are the rare people, yeah, you talked about, cool.
I could give them that, which is some new reward I just got given that is like I've never had before, I don't think. But
don't give it to them. What the fuck?
Yeah, well, that's the thing though. This game like rewards you for doing things for others. So like maybe after you give them that, they're like, here's a
But that's
rocket launcher.
bad because you're intentionally giving it to them to reap the reward.
Is that bad though?
That's bad.
Isn't that just the whole reason why we like doing things in the first place?
Well, I think there would be a healthy sense of self-delusion in there that you wouldn't simply give because you're receiving. You know, you delude yourself that you're that you're giving. For
But
them.
like, all you're doing is saying that you're receiving something in return that isn't material. It's like a moral sense of like, I did something really good. You know what I mean?
Well, I suppose it's like it's a different way of looking at it because this concerns itself with psychological egoism that says that all voluntary action stems from a place of your own desires, practically. So, because of that, there's always going to be a degree of receiving and taking going on, whether you know it or not, or whether you consciously register it. So I suppose like there was one famous rejection to that, saying that it wasn't the act of giving to receive that categorizes the connection per se. It's backwards actually. It's the sense that if you give and there's no intention behind the giving and you get something out of it, that's the plus. So it's like if I, for example, because it's pleasure, pain and pleasure really, if you break down desires and satisfaction. So if you look at you, for example, wanting to eat a banana, right? And you get pleasure from eating a banana, then that's cool, right? You've satisfied your desires and you've got pleasure from eating the banana. But if there is the case that you eat the banana and you don't necessarily want the banana or anything, it's not satisfied, correct? You can't just eat a banana and be happy that you ate a banana or get pleasure from eating the banana. So I suppose like metaphorically, like when we talk about you giving for the intention of receiving some sort of positive thing, it's that it wasn't, you shouldn't be operating with that assumption to begin with. That doesn't seem all
But like, the assumption is there in knowing that it's good to give. Like, you wouldn't know it's good to give unless you've received. And so you need to call upon your own like experience of what it's like to receive something without giving something. And then you're putting that onto someone else and assuming that they're like operating under the same law, which is generally correct. But I mean, some people don't like taking things without giving something. And some people are offended to receive something. Like, in Japan, like, we had people go out of their way to help us get to where we needed to go. And whenever I found out sort of afterwards that if you offer like money or something for that, they're actually like not into that. They're kind of a bit offended by it in a way. But I was like, hey man, like at least take like $10 for your help. And he's like, yeah, nah, it's all good. And that's cool. But it's also like, I think wanting that world, not just for you, but for everyone.
Yeah, you're a utilitarian. Yeah, I don't like it. I really don't like it. Because I think you can, yeah.
I think I started off similar to you, and then I changed because I'm like, I can't be just a good person. Like, there's probably reasons why I am this way. I think I'm just being more honest about those reasons, whereas you're just like pretending that like, oh, I'm just like an angel. It's just because my halo glows so hard. That's why I like doing good things for people.
No, it's got nothing to do with me. But it's interesting that you've perceived it that way. It has nothing to do with me at all in my ego. Not yours per se. It was just the spirit of the conversation. But I'm glad you personalized it. You know, you attached it to.
Oh yeah, you know, you've given me something, so I thought I'd give you something, like a little bit of reflection, even if it is negative.
No, well, I think, yeah, and I think, like, about the conversation we were having, like, to do with the nature of giving and receiving, like, I suppose you're right, and that's where, like, people that would rebut that say that
Yeah.
it's begging the question that even in the famous rejection of like the nature of giving and whatever, being only satisfied under certain conditions, it's just begging the question. You're just begging the question for something else. And what you said about us having some sort of implicit knowledge and knowing that it's good to give under these certain questions just moves the conversation to another point, which isn't really helpful. So, good point. Yeah, that's good. And I don't have a response. I haven't looked at responses yet, so you wait. I'll look at some.
I'll let you go do some, like, you know, reading in your spare time and get back to me.
Nah, that presumes I care actually, and I don't.
I think you do.
Well, I care about. I like to be informed, don't you? Who wants to be?
Of course. Yeah, whenever people say they don't care, to me it just says, like, they actually care more. They care so much that they don't want to admit that they care so much. That's what it's telling me.
Yeah, I agree. That's how I see it as well. And I think that's healthy too, because a lot of people always say it. It's actually such a prevalent thing that people always say. Like, I don't care. Oh yeah, whatever. To like, obviously a layperson, you could say that, like, oh yeah, I don't care, and sometimes they won't perceive it the way that you're perceiving it. But to people that can see through bullshit, like, yeah, whatever.
I'll debate people on, like, big topics and stuff, and they'll be so opinionated on it, and then I'll, like, just destroy them with some argument, and instead of them being like, oh, I've got nothing for that, which you didn't do, because you did do, and you were more honest about, even though I still think you've got more up your sleeve. Yeah, like, they'd rather just say, oh, well, the whole topic doesn't mean anything to me anyway, than to say, you know, like, that maybe you've got a point.
Right. Yeah.
And like topics like evolution, climate change, things like that. They'll be like, yeah, I'm not a fucking monkey and shit, and then, like, you just demonstrate that there is good evidence to believe that we are apes. And then they'll be like, oh, well, I don't even care anyway, like, it doesn't change how I live my life. It's like, well, actually, it might change if you consider this, and this. But yeah, no, I don't care.
And it does, yeah, it does matter as well. Like, if you look at, like, basic anatomy, it's like with the baby, right? The Binsky reflex, when you put your, finger underneath their foot, and then they wrap their feet around your hand. Like, that's apparently evolutionary psychologists think that's a reflex from our ape days, you know, a million days, like, more centered around there. So it does matter in context, like, so sharp, dumbass. And that's the biggest thing with people, actually, is like, they're so scared of having their beliefs rocked. It's like, why? Why, man? Like, if you can prove to me that I'm dumb, like, or my beliefs about a certain topic is dumb, like, please let me know, because I don't want to be ignorant.
Yeah, I think, like, your overall worldview has a lot to do with it, because, like, let's take, like, a typical, quite simple, like, Christian belief, where they just think, like, as long as I believe this, and this, I've got all the right beliefs I need, and I don't need to know anything else. And so for you to try and point out to them that they're wrong about something, that's like their whole shtick is being crumbled. They're like, no, but, like, I know everything I need to know. Like, that's it. Like, I don't need to learn anything else. But if you go from the angle of, you know, the Earth's 4 billion years old, and humans have only been around for, like, a few 100,000 years, let's say, and we're going to just continue to learn new things as a species into the future, no matter what, then there's no, like, having all the right beliefs ever. You know, like, it's just about continually building on what you know and challenging what you don't know. And so you put that against, like, a 5,000 year Earth, where they reckon everything they ever needed to know was told to them by old dudes on mountains, or, like, hippies on crosses. Like, you know, just another bit of erosion to their worldview that they just, like, And it's not just their worldview to them, it's who they are. It's they identify with that, so they feel like you're attacking them by wanting to give them new information.
Yeah. And I suppose the biggest thing here is this categorization of like, I think you said it, like this continuous kind of non-interruption of whatever their belief is. And I suppose like that's a kind of an interesting way to look at it, because sometimes like people, I think there's a whole lot of reductionism that goes on when we try to deduce things from the world and our observations. So obviously it can be the case that we're wrong, perhaps. So when we do get these echo chambers of people with justified beliefs and that is the only way that they can think, it really assumes that whatever they've got going on is continuously and uninterruptedly kind of right, you know? And I think that's just a really bizarre way to go and talk about whatever you're talking about, because it's like, really, like, it seems to be the case that we can get things that deviate from a perspective, a belief. Do you know what I mean? Like, if I believe aliens are real, I might believe they're going to invade Earth, you know? So I suppose the difference between those two beliefs is almost whatever conditions that could link them together, and they kind of stem from one another. So that's, again, when it comes to a point with you correcting them on certain ways to think and certain ways not to think, or like just giving them a heads up that, hey, what you're thinking can be shifted a little bit and seen in a different light, and then them going all crazy because it's been broken, like the link between these beliefs has been broken. It's just dumb. Like, seems dumb to me anyways. But then again, what we say might seem dumb to like other people.
Sure.
And I suppose it's kind of like that saying. It was like that French saying, oh, not French, Latin saying of like, nature makes no jump. Well, it's not Latin, but it's derived from Latin. But like, nature makes no jump. And isn't that correct? Isn't everything just continuous? I think that's the way that I think about reality. So in regards to other people thinking about reality, that there seems to be gaps that they don't want to recognize, like, or things that connect to things that they don't want to recognize, like gaps, like, yeah.
Well, I told you about the crazy beliefs my uncle's been spouting.
Order assigned.
Yeah.
I just got a message from my sister today saying, like, I've seen some of the posts you've put up on Facebook and you've tagged him in them, like isn't this just bullying him? Don't you know that, like, people can have different beliefs, and, like, why should you be the one to, like, try and da-da-da-da-da? And I'm like, what he's spouting is actually not just stupid, but dangerous. Like, people are vandalizing these towers because they think 5Gs are going to kill them, and, like, you know, it's one thing if he thinks that God is made of chocolate, and fucking it's not going to change a lot based on that, but, like, you know, if you are actually, like, spinning fear in a time when people are already, like, anxious and not sure how things are going to turn out, I think you're actually doing a lot of harm to people. And if I can, one, relieve that harm, and two, have a laugh at the same time, you know, like, show people how dumb it is to be thinking that way, then I think I'm sort of being more moral in this situation than what he is.
Yeah. See, that's a really good, I think that's a good point to bring up, because I suppose it's like with the analogy I was discussing before, like with a continuum having no gaps, do you know what I mean? And then on the opposite side of a continuum and continuity would be discreteness. What makes something discrete? What makes it unique into itself and therefore unable to be attacked, almost? Because that's what she's saying. She's saying that because he's this discrete being with his own beliefs operating outside the continuum, he ought not to be held down by certain beliefs from other people. And to me, that's very relativistic, relative. And to me, that seems very... that seems just as dangerous as the opposite when you brung in all bad people need to kind of thrive is for good people to do nothing, that quote. So wasn't it Winston Churchill that said that? Yeah. So that's basically incorporating that into the discussion. Like, is he so unique and discreet and without is he so unique and discreet that he's allowed to, and is justified in him occupying the space that he's occupying and spouting all the perhaps deadly things that he wants to, and I suppose a question to ask, I would probably ask you, is like, what justifies your moral beliefs over his? And that's a different question altogether. But I suppose at least
I think I answered it.
Yeah. But like, I suppose if we would look at it in terms of like, there's this guy named Hart, he wrote in Law, Morality, and something else. He distinguished morality into positive morality and critical morality. Critical morality being everything and everything moral that is, it's the principles of morality, right? It's the things that make it intrinsically right, makes it right for its own sake. Then positive morality is everything that we condone and that we accept in its physical nature, or it manifests externally, but is underpinned by critical morality. And my suggestion back to you is, how do you know that you're hitting the mark with all your critical moralities, as opposed to being in a zone of positive morality where you are simply regurgitating whatever moral principles you think are right that have been shaped, because positive morality can be shaped, right? If it's condoned, it can be shaped. So, yeah.
Well, thanks for asking the question. I'm glad you asked. Because science on this matter can be demonstrated. Whereas if you're basing your knowledge of science on what you think the best interpretation of the Bible is, that's never been demonstratable to be like a realistic or accurate way of interpreting the world. And so, I could appeal to authority in a way and go, here are scientists who have spent their life's work on this, and they continue to demonstrate the same conclusions from evidence to reach these conclusions. Or I could say, go do the experiment yourself. Like one of the posts I just put up was, how the tinfoil hat brigade gonna feel when they realise that their home Wi-Fi has been putting out 5G this whole time and they're not dead yet. And my Wi-Fi here has a 2.4 and a 5 gigahertz range on it. So, like, I've had that for years. I never got coronavirus from it. Most people's routers can do it, and no one's had any issue with it. But since this virus has come up separately in a different place, they're all like, oh no, like the two must be linked. And so, like, I don't know what avenues of evidence and logic I haven't got at my disposal to make these decisions. But if I was to say, like, there's a book and it's thousands of years old and it says that one day it's all gonna end, and it, like, I don't know. I shouldn't have to be making these arguments.
You're right. Maybe.
But, when you could, like, go to an asylum and there could be people in every corner of the place with their own different beliefs about the men upstairs that are going to get you. And they could say, like, who are you to give me, like, medication so that I don't, like, think these things? Or who are you to talk me out of this stuff? And you'd be like, well, I'm living a healthy life. I'm not in an asylum. I'm not, like, I'm not unfunctional, or I'm not disabled by any of the beliefs I've got. And if anything, they're like, I mean, sure, there's probably negative things in my mind somewhere that hold me back in many ways, but when it comes to these matters, if you're the one hiding under the grid thinking the government's going to kill you, unless you're in fucking, I don't know, like Iran or, in a communist country like China, then
Or
like
a
you're probably
whistleblower.
wrong.
He could be a whistleblower.
He
Have you considered that? Is he a whistleblower?
Well, they'd like to think that they are, for sure.
Well, I suppose, like, I think it comes down to exactly what you said. And I like the way that you reformulated what I asked to you, because you said 2 points. You said, well, I don't necessarily know what it is that, what logic is kind of, or what kind of beliefs are in my system that may benefit from being refurbished or changed or kind of reassessed. I like that basically that's what you said. And then secondly, I also like the fact that you said what's in line with my thinking, because I think a lot of the time when it comes to making assessments to do with morality and kind of behaviour, there's an assumption that it's linear, that there's some sort of linear correlation between point A and point B, right?
Yeah.
It's presuming that if you get to point B, that's not good, but we might allow A or whatever, kind of. So I suppose like with you correcting him on his thoughts and beliefs about the radio towers and stuff like that, it may be premised on kind of empirical logic and stuff like that, but the thing with logic is you can use any sort of positive morality to prove a logical deduction that if you use it. Like, you can use any sort of positive morality and deduce whatever conclusion you want, right? Because you're altering the premises in which the positive morality is being influenced, because you can influence it. And that's what's scary with types of relationships, because what if, a better question would be like, what if the relationship between the two things isn't as linear as you think it is? It's curvy linear. There's not one or two variables influencing the situation. There's a whole lot. And I love the fact that you tied it back to the context with the radio towers and stuff, because if we're talking about morality, we need to contextualize it, and we need to understand the variables that are taken into place, I would hope. And I just think that a lot of reality seems to be curvilinear. Our understandings of reality anyway seems very curvilinear, like not in a straight line. And if that's the case, the mean doesn't matter shit. Morality doesn't matter shit, and the mean, for everybody thinking that they know what's right, doesn't mean shit, because there's confounding variables that are influencing how we are trying to say that reality ought to be, and I don't know, I don't like that. But you're right, like, I think perhaps in a very reduced form, like, it would be best to kind of shut the heck up and look at the research, but...
Well, like, it comes down to simply, you ask, how do I know the things I know? And it's because
it's correct.
The people I go through, the people I go through use evidence as their foundation, you know what I mean? Like,
so could I.
And like, to ask, like, how do you know what you know is correct? Like, evidence is the only answer to that question ever.
No, it isn't. No.
Isn't it?
No. There's all sorts of ways to look at. There's, in science, for example, a lot of statisticians, and because with evidence, for example, in studies that are conducted by empirical scientific studies that deal with observation and data.
Yeah, but observation and data is evidence too.
Wait. Observation and data, there assumes a statistical significance, right, with the data that you're looking at to prove something. There's statistical significance. And what statistical significance is, look at cut-off marks. There's cut-off marks for what we would deem statistically significant, and that involves probability and outcome. And there's two interpretations of probability and outcome in situations, and truth in relation to probability and outcome is tricky and philosophical, but if we want to keep it scientific, there's Bayesian probability, which looks at how likely is it for one instance to happen, and then secondly, how likely is it for this instance to happen 100 times in a row, 200 times in a row. And if you're looking at empirical studies that don't use Bayesian probability, they can say that in 100, like the likelihood of that data being correct in a situation where it's able to be replicated 100 times in a row, it's likely that he's wrong. But if we were to involve Bayesian probability, how likely is it he's gonna be right in one instance of one situation? Then his truth changes and that factor changes, and I just don't see it. I just think morality again is complicated, and I don't like to make judgments per se or direct judgments, but it's just always good to play devil's advocate sometimes because, yeah. But yeah,
That was really intense because I had like 20 people beating the shit out of me on this game while I was being philosophically challenged, and it was testing
no, it wasn't philosophically challenged, it was scientific because it was stats. I was using stats.
Well, science is a form of philosophy, in my opinion.
Well, philosophy is science. It's the philosophy of science, yeah. It's just science of science, really. But, yeah. But I don't expect you to have proper answers for these, to be honest.
Oh, look, I probably have something that I probably have my own answers for them, but I just found it really hard to concentrate. That's what I'm saying. So it's going to be difficult. I don't have a vehicle anymore. Oh, I still think that statistics, even if it's not a physical, like, you know, DNA of the thing, statistics is a form of evidence, and you know, like, you can have logic around it as to whether or not something's likely, or, you know, if it's repeatable, easily repeatable, those kinds of things, and there's an argument for those things, but, like, you know, when it comes to 5G, either it fucking destroys your cells and gives you coronavirus, or it doesn't.
I don't know. I think the best way to think about it, in my opinion, is to assume you're an expert. I think assuming and giving you, it's called the principle of charity, giving you the strongest interpretation I can give you, and presuming you do have expert advice, like those scientists that have done the correlative studies and stuff like that, then yeah, I do side with you. But on the other hand, my more mental side is like, no, it may not, I can probably formulate some sort of argument against you, but I'm not going to do that because there's no point, because I would probably be in your same boat. Like, I would probably want to tag him, but I wouldn't, like, personally.
Well, he keeps putting things on Facebook about what his beliefs are. So, I mean, all I'm doing is doing the same thing, but tagging him to it so that he can see it.
Well, isn't it just saying, like, oh, because he does it, I can do it?
Well, I mean, that's like what Facebook's all about, is sharing ideas, so yeah, I'm just using that thing that basically everyone uses, and if it's evil, then we're all evil, sure, but
you're making big generalizations here, but I'm for it. You need some sort of, like, objective thing, otherwise you end up like me, an anti-theorist with no really moral way of looking at the world.
Yeah, I don't know, I just, like, I can demonstrate that I believe what I'm talking about because I'm sitting in a house with a 5G network and I haven't fucking died yet, you know? Ah, what the fuck? But, yeah, I don't know. I mean, if I'm wrong, then I'd like to know. But I think the only way we're going to get to that if I catalyst the argument and have him, like, I'm giving him sources of my argument, and he's very welcome to give me his evidence. But so far, I've just seen, like, kooky people on YouTube and shit. Alright, this gun's handy.
shit, there's so many of them. I didn't even know you had a gun. Can you do that with shadows?
I can, but it doesn't do shit to them. Like, it holds them for a few seconds and then they like release. I don't know how to get. Oh shit! Oof. And that's what it looks like to trip over. Maybe if I go down here. Yeah, like I like the motive that my sister has, because she's like trying to be nice, and she's like a bit of a hippie at the moment, and she's like going vegetarian, and I can see she's just like, can't we all just like be friends and stuff? And I like that, but at the same time I'm like, you know, there's things that you can stand for, you know what I mean? Like, there's things. And I think, like, yeah, like the one thing you can say, like, everyone gets along and that's cool, but the one thing you should always allow yourself to argue about is true, correct information. Oh shit, I'm gonna fuck this up.
See, and then that's where it gets complicated again. Like, I don't know, like, I just see complications in everything. Like, personally, it seems like you're talking about a truth that's rooted in propositions, like spatial things that are like tangible, that we can deal with, that we can manipulate, whereas my truth, for example, is rooted in linguistics and sentences that we use, obviously, as a primal form of communication, talking, but I think truth a lot of the time is located in linguistic entities like tokens and words and semantics and stuff like that. So to me, when I hear truth of propositions, and it's like, I think if anything, it's going to be a balance between both tangible things with linguistics, but a lot of people are so quick to just categorize and run for truth stemming from tangible things that we can see, like scientists. That's why science is so big now, because we're focused on propositions and getting readable results that are enable us to make predictions about the world. But that's cool, but it's not always the case that science is going to be correct. Just because we can draw lines between two objects doesn't make it real, right? And that's why science with propositions makes it so cool, because you can draw lines and get results. But with philosophy and truths and actually looking at why they do what they do and stuff like that, it just gets so tricky, because we get like philosophers and psychologists and stats people behind the logic for, and like scientists, they're dealing with theory. They're not dealing per se with propositions in its reduced form. So, I don't know. No.
Well, I think there's a lot of science that deals with like the physical. Unless I've just misinterpreted what you're saying, like.
No, I'm saying, yeah, there is a lot of science that deals with physical propositions, right? That's things that are in space and time. But truth isn't just that, to me.
True.
It involves sentences and tokens and assertions, not necessarily facts. So
yeah. But I mean, like, if you've got physical evidence that goes against an assertion, I'd take the physical evidence every time, or most times, you know what I mean? I think physical evidence is a stronger form of evidence than, like, what, logic?
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Come on, I've got 3 minutes left to do this thing. I just, like, got out of a danger zone. And it's like the base is over there. I should be able to just drink some Monster Energy. Oh, by the way, you know how, like, at my base, how he drinks Monster Energy?
Mm-hmm.
There's like a new can of stuff here. I think it might be just because, like, I'm in this area. It might have been because I delivered like a certain delivery, but there's like this new thing. It's like Timefall Forte or some shit. Timefall. Oh shit. Whee! So yeah, it's about that.
Well, hopefully that continues to evolve because, yeah, nobody likes the same face.
Yeah. Well, actually, a lot of people do, but you know, not us.
Yeah. Well, same, yeah. Well, seeing the same thing day in and day out will get boring.
Yeah. Oh look, a color hologram. For once.
But yeah, good luck. Good luck. Yeah, I think you're right. Like, I think I see that. I like what you're saying though, but I don't know. I don't really
Long time gone,
know where I sit
my
with
girl.
ethics
All because of
yet.
some terrorist nut jobs. And their
So I'm
buddies
just
at
gonna do everything in my power to rip you down.
Not to mention the Bridges assholes who had to go and kick the hornet's nest.
Sorry. Well,
Whatever.
if you've got good responses, then yeah, I'm more than
You made
happy
it in
to
time, I guess.
like try to
Good to see
answer.
you doing your job.
Yeah,
Well, I'm always up for a debate.
discussion. Nah.
I find a lot of people are very like they see a debate as like a mortal fight to the
Yeah.
death. You know what I mean? It's just like a conflict between ideas and two people nutting out the difference between them.
Yeah.
Yeah, like a debate can be just like a simple thing that two people who get along with each other every day do as a way of figuring out who's got the most pros or cons for their argument.
Yeah.
But don't get me wrong, like the way I've been doing it with him,
All you poor
there is like a level
you
of
say will convince me otherwise.
mockery
So take your
involved.
Cupid and fuck off.
Yeah, see? And it's, yeah, and perhaps that's the element that, where I think it's kind of, and I think that's probably more the element that your
Okay then.
sister's throwing
Something
down,
tells
like,
me that if we want
if it
to
is
bring
very
him over, we need to
mean-spirited,
figure
like,
out what really happened
is
to that
it
woman
really
Oliver.
helpful for
He seems to think she died in
a
the attack.
discussion, or trying to promote that discussion anyways, you know, because that's what you're trying to do by doing it, you're tagging him, and trying to have that discussion and with him, but if he's unreceptive, you know,
Hey, Sam.
what's the point?
I
Because
was looking
you know,
through
he's
my database on the
a
objects I might
nicer,
find on Mr.
more, yeah.
And wouldn't
cool.
you know it, a pretty
I just think
close match popped up.
mockery's just part of
Facial
my
voice.
shtick.
She's
Like, it's
still
just,
alive. While John Bueller's grieving for nothing.
there's some debaters that are very matter-of-factly and very polite and stuff, and there's others that rub it in, and like I just think there's a bit of fun in that. But it just it also means
May as well
that
check
I
the
have
delivery
to
terminal and see what he wants.
meet them more on their terms if I'm
New
wrong.
order available.
If I'm proven wrong, that means I have further to crawl to be like, yeah, nah, actually I was wrong here, like I'll give you that favour, and I'm willing to do that crawling. That's the thing. So
Yeah.
it's a bit of a like a gamble, you know. It's not only you trying to demonstrate you're right, but I'm putting an ante on it too. I'm going like,
Yeah.
and one of us will be grovelling to the other person when it's demonstrated, and I'm willing to put that on the table. I've got plenty of grovelling in me, but I don't.
Well, that's what's scary, though, isn't it? Like, with certain discussions, because it's like, is it really a meeting of the rational-minded people, or is it a meeting of, like, two egos ready to fight or flight? You know, and that, if it's under the second lens, that's like, we really want to do the groveling?
Well, I'm putting my ego on the line for it, is the thing. Like,
Yeah.
not only am I saying I think this is correct, but I'm saying I'm willing to look like a fool if I'm not correct. So it's
Yeah.
me backing my argument with my own ego, and and risking that ego and forfeiting that ego if I'm wrong.
Yeah. See, that's what's cool though. Like, actually, I respect that though, that you've done that, because a lot of people, it seems, use Facebook quite passively. Like, I don't really see my friends post. They'll share things, but there's a lacking of like originality there, and like their own thoughts arising from the fronts of their brains, you know? They don't write out big things. Like, sometimes you'll see it with some other people, like, I've had it, what's on your mind? I've had a bad day and I fucking hate life. Whereas, then you might see other people that is like, really, ever really do I see people go, today I was contemplating the nature of being and yada 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 yada. Then I seen a post by this individual and it made me think they're fucking retarded, and this led to this, you know, like. So I respect that, because I think Facebook seems real insular in that respect, where you just see the same memes and trash going around. You're like, what the fuck? Bring a little bit of your own voices, man.
Yeah. I think if anything, I can be accused of not being original with this stuff, because it's like, well, I'm referring to, you know, people who know their shit, and that's like part of my resource. I'm not going out there and like, you know, like physically testing the wave function of a 5G network. But I mean, I could.
I'm gonna go do that right now.
Sorry?
I'm gonna go do that right now. Be right back. Yeah.
I mean, like, technically I'm on a 5G network right now, and I am doing it, but like, you know, I'm no expert on it. But yeah, the people who are not concerned about it, you know, like, wouldn't these concerns have been raised by, like, legitimate, proper, like, tech sciencey dudes, rather than just some guy who puts up polls, you know, like, wouldn't it be... Yeah.
Well, see, I have another story to yarn about that, because there was back in the, I think it was the early 2000s or late 90s, there was a volcano that was going to go off. I forgot the country that it occurred in. I know, so helpful, sorry. But I can find it if you really care. Or you're really invested, so I don't need to put it. But yeah, there was a volcano in this country, and geologists have been talking about it for years. The volcano was inactive. It became active. Scientists, the government, the legislation that was going through to kind of evacuate people was too slow. Experts were said basically, hey, we need to do this. But the experts' equipment took too long to arrive. The experts got there too late. The volcano erupted. I think 60,000 people died. Yeah. And that's not just because of legislation. That's not just because of the government. It was because of the experts as well. So I think science has always redeemed itself as like this perfect harbinger of like amazingness, when really, let's be real, the humans behind whatever expert advice they're giving, and if they don't follow through, if nobody follows through on all the science, it's gonna lead to a dead end. Sure. And it's gonna, you know, so I think if that science that you're following through with is incorrect or something, then you're following through to a dead end that's just gonna...
Well, the only thing that beats bad science is good science.
Really? Tell me more for this thing.
Yeah, so there's people going to make mistakes who are scientists and in research and all that, and I 100% grant that, but the method of science itself, the scientific method, is the only thing that can demonstrate proof for anything. Otherwise, it's just hypotheses, and
yeah,
you know, so, and like the Bible has plenty of hypotheses, and that's great. It's like, I'm all for there being more of them, but don't act like a hypothesis is better evidence than a whole theory.
Well, that's on the opposite side, right? That's not operating from deductive validity that comes across as sound through logic and observation, blah blah. It's operating from intuition, like an inductive approach that you operate within a hypothesis, and then you get the results that apply to the hypothesis, as opposed to you do the data, then you figure out why the data is occurring, and then you apply your hypothesis. It's like a different way to approach the world. So, yeah, maybe I'm more inductive than I realize. You're clearly deductive orientated, which is good.
Yeah, I probably feel like I went over that stuff and I learnt that stuff, but I've become confused over time as to which one's deductive and which one's, you know, inductive and all the rest of it.
Yeah. Oh, it's just, honestly, the way that I think about it is deductive observation, inductive observation, but backwards. That's honestly the best way to think about it. So inductionists, yeah, they just form something and then go from there. And then deductionists just observe something, then they try to understand it, and then they deduce something from it.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, I think like the history of humans are at a disadvantage with inductive because we've had thousands of years of people coming up with shit with never being able to prove whether it's right or wrong. And they've just like taken that into their cultures and their worldviews without being able to test it. Whereas if you take that deductive path, then you can just go, all right, let's just in some ways start from scratch. Let's just find evidence of anything, and then we'll put together what this concludes from the evidence, rather than going, well, obviously dinosaurs had laser beams attached to their heads, so let's start with that presumption and then go about looking for fossils with lasers attached to them. And if we don't find any, all that means is that we haven't looked hard enough. Like, or maybe they didn't have them in the first place. Like, maybe we just find what we find, and if we come across one that has a laser attached, then we can include that mythological story from the Greeks, you know, whatever it came from.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you're constantly setting out to prove a particular theory right, and everything goes against you, you're just going to keep ignoring more and more and more stuff until you finally find something that could be it.
Well, look at like the theory of relativity with Einstein. He was not operating from deductive bases in the sense that he was the harbinger of that inductive world-changing view. So these people, there is a presumption in there when it comes to deductive validity, when you're working with observations and then tailoring the hypothesis to that and what it means. There's an assumption in there that the methodology you're using and applying is correct, and to be honest, and then there's also an assumption when you're using inductive validity that you're a harbinger of Albert Einstein's level. Are you really? So I think there's flaws in both, but yeah. I'm still I think with morality, I'm an inductionist that wants to be a deductivist, but I haven't found anybody that can put me in my place with a deductionist sort of mentality framework for morals. The only people that I think could do it would be biologists. And physicists and shit that drag in morality being linked to our biological drives and psychology, which is obviously why I'm interested in psych, because I need to figure that I would want to figure out that to make some predictions about the world. But
yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I think morality is just another thing. Like, I don't think it can be quite treated exactly the same way as, you know, fossils with laser beams on their heads. But but I think like some moral software, let's say, And some software can run independently from its hardware in a way. Like you make the hardware function for the software, and then there's other software that runs to run the hardware itself. And you could say that one moral that might meet that standard is that just as an example, not saying it's right or wrong, it's just that stealing food off people is moral because it helps your body run, and therefore you can live, and set it to those parameters. But then you can say like giving food, even when you're running low, is good because like even though it goes against what your hardware needs, it like forms those bonds, and then they might help you later, or like you would say, it's just a good thing to do.
That's interesting. See, that's more biology orientated. That's saying that because perhaps morality is linked with evolutionary like fitness, that if you give from a basis where it might be detrimental to you in this moment, you might yield benefits in the future, and that is tricky because isn't that what you were doing with Death Stranding?
Yeah.
So
I don't think it's an immoral thing to think that there's a potential for goodness coming out of something that you do later on. Like, I don't think like if you expect it, then like expecting anything is a bit dicky. But if you think like you're bettering the chances of things returning in your favor, more people being kind to you if you be kind to them, then I don't think that's like an immoral or like selfish thing to be. I think it's just part of being in a species that is a group orientated like we are, like being a mammal.
See, that's like tricky. See, like for me, to me that sounds like you're saying that we're like computers, that the human brain and human cognition is simply operations operating over some sort of software, as you said. So if moral software is in fact able to be addressed, to what degree can we digitize certain moral behaviors? And if it is the case that we can manipulate and digitize certain algorithmic kind of processes biologically, isn't that the same as saying whatever we want with morality? We can just say, oh, like, okay, like, you wanted to steal bread today? I'm gonna alter your physiological states so you don't do that, honey, and that's correct. Like, I suppose that is kind of a slippery slope for me, because I'm kind of categorizing it more like a computer, the human behavior being a computer. But with you, it seems like you're like, do you know what I mean? That's the way that you're looking at it from an evolutionary perspective. And if that's the case, what would prevent us hypothetically from being able to just change the parameters if it is software? And if that is the case, then it seems redundant to even want to have intention behind certain acts to begin with, which is kind of biting its own tail.
Well, we could use it the other way, right? Like, if we could engineer our biology to not need food at all, then this moral thing of stealing food wouldn't even be a thing, because you wouldn't need it. So, like, we could be, it could go both ways, but, yeah, I don't know.
And I think that's where the concept of universality and universalizability comes into a moral framework. There's kind of like this intention that you need to have morals be applied to everyone for it to make sense. Because if it's just applying to the individual, then it's relativistic. Again, it's like, I don't care what you say, I'm going to do what I do and not feel bad about it. Whereas I think you're right with biology, that there is probably some sort of insular, like community-like effects going on when we say we ought not to steal and we ought not to do this. But to me, it just seems almost like culture has appropriated that in some way, and that's tricky if it's culture, because it's like all that really is psychologically is manipulation. It's just a culture manipulating some of your beliefs. So, and that's a real negative way to look at it, but I'm negative anyway, so.
Well, I like what you're saying. Like, universality's good because if you set it up that every individual is, like demonstrating behaviors that are better for everyone, then it's good. And if everyone has the same set of rules, then that's great. But like, there are going to be circumstances where not everyone's on the same footing. And like, these arguments are used against me in discussions again about like PC culture and things like that. But I think the aim should be to get everyone following the same processes in that sense, not as like a mind control or something. But
that's a different. Yeah, I like that.
But if everyone has the same values in that sense, that's great. But it doesn't mean if someone introduces a new value the culture hasn't appropriated yet that they should just like turn against them. They need to like consider, is this thing good for us or not? And it might be only good for that one individual. Maybe I can't think of something off the top of my head, but like there might be some values or morals that
religion, applying religious anecdotes to an individual's life.
Yeah, well, let's say there's someone that follows a book of, I don't know, Deuteronomy, and eating shellfish is like against their rule book. Like, maybe they come from a town where their rivers were fucking like toxified by the local nuclear power station, and so like them eating that shit just kills them off. And so them having this belief, and regardless of whether it's from God or like science, was actually good for them. But for the rest of us, eating shellfish is fine. And like that said, if they've come to a new town and the shellfish is now good, them having that belief still that it's bad for them isn't doing them any good. And so that's where science, again, like, has to be the basis of where moral comes from in that sense, or how you test your moral.
And then that's where, that's a good point, because I think you're referring to a concept of like productivity, right? To what degree can we look at a system and say that it's being productive, and then it's creating some sort of like creation that's good, I suppose, or bad, or whatever. But I suppose like my concern, like when I would look at that question, is like, what would society look like if it was the case that we did flesh out what it means to be moral? Exactly. You knew exactly what crap. Know that we wouldn't get to a situation where, because we know the parameters for morality, we know what a distinguished representation of the opposite would be, and thus we just go and kill them all off. Like, and I suppose the analogies here are very slippery, and it's probably not to the point, but yeah. I would just be scared that if we did figure that out concretely, like with science and whatever or what, if we would still be the same people at the end of the day that we might have been otherwise.
If we can like map out all of morality and know when someone's not meeting it.
Yeah.
I feel like that's what different religions have tried to do. But as soon as you say, here's an enemy of moral, let's kill them, then you've just like gone right back to caveman fucking morality.
Yeah, exactly. And that's tricky, I think. So like, unless you're gonna be that person, like, good luck to you.
Well, look, I think laws are generally meant to be representative of what the whole of the people believe. And not just believe, but like, that's the culture, that's the civilization that they want to live in. And so if you have a law that says don't murder and don't rape, you know, it's one thing to want to argue, yeah, no, sure, those things are good. You're just like, you know, you're just being a group sheep fucking mentality of whatever. But at the same time, like, I think setting up consequences for people for doing things that are like highly, you know, dangerous or offensive or like completely against a civilization's way, and saying if you do these things, this is what's going to happen. Like, I think that's just part of the development of a culture. And
Yeah.
if people want say that you shouldn't kill someone for being a murderer, you shouldn't kill someone for being a rapist, like there's an argument there, sure. But if a country said, look, the problem we have with murder and rape is so up there that we want to bring back capital punishment to like reduce it, I wouldn't hold it against them.
I forget that you work with disgruntled populaces. It just makes a lot of sense why you're very deductivistic about it, because I just totally, it slips my mind sometimes that you are like this. In essence, it's already figured for when you, and that's what's scary, because I think we need people like you. I would hope, like in society, for it to be functioning all right. But on the other hand, like, it scares me because, you know, like, we do get situations that might be a little bit iffy, but overall, I think you have addressed like really good concerns about why you think what you think, and I think as long as these questions are in your mind, you know, or at least in your unconscious, like, it's gonna have good effects for the way that you carry out some of your actions, which is cool. I like that. I just don't like completely naive people that just say, refer to science, it's the way of life. I'm like, oh, here we go. You might as well be like a news anchor for Hitler and promote propaganda. Like, okay.
I don't know. I think generally though, science is like pretty reliable. Like,
okay.
like, I hear what you're saying,
like,
but like,
yeah.
I don't know. I think you're splitting hairs between like linguistics and science. Like,
Yeah, well, isn't that a philosopher's job, really, to address
sure,
small distinctions and arguments to make it better and more understandable and concise?
I agree, but like all the good things about linguistics that you're saying, like, are part of the scientific method we have as well. Like, I think the two go hand in hand, and we only got to science through exploring philosophy and linguistics to get to the point where we're like, you know what? Let's actually start proving shit rather than just making good
sitting on
arguments.
our asses, yeah. And yeah, that's exactly what I iterated to when I said that truth would be intermixed between propositions and linguistics, or sentences, sorry. But yeah, I don't know. It's just ideas that I would hope, because you just see all these social justice warriors like online that just don't know what they're talking about, you know. And I think it's probably it's just that's scary to see. I think it's just as scary as the crazy people that are talking about radio and 5G, maybe, you know, like, so yeah.
Yeah, and you can see like fear is definitely like the tinfoil hats foundation of, you know, like what they run on, and political correctness is like sympathy is they're running from, and like they're both, fear and sympathy are both useful things in the right context, but if you run solely from being like your foundation is to try and be as objective as possible, then that can be the foundation that everything else can rest on. And if you're not being objective about it, and let's say you're being sympathetic, then boom, like, you get con artist, and you've got nothing to fall back on. You're going to go, oh fuck, like, oh, you know, like, all these things when they fail, they're like, boom, where are those people that we're arguing against for the last 20 years, like, that we despise? It's the people who are like trying to be centered and not just run off an emotion that they return back to and go, hey, fix our problem for us. And that's why, you know, you build that base up as strong as you can, then we can have the pleasure of running on empathy and running on fear and running on being kind and all those other things, because we know that we've got this grounded, realistic way of dealing with the world to fall back on when it turns to shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's it. Like, you know, it'd be great to say you're never allowed to harm another person. It should be all about giving and giving and giving, and like if anyone even talks negatively about that, then we'll just shun them. And that sounds all great in theory until someone just takes advantage of that and steals everyone's shit, and they're like threatening you with a gun, and then you go, well, we can't hurt this person, and we can't do anything against this thing. What do we do now? Like, you got to go back to that. Like, how can we run a society, civilization, or even deal with laws of the universe with we need something that faces that itself and isn't afraid of dealing with that thing.
Yeah.
I'm starting to get a bit lost in metaphor here, but
That's alright. Like, yeah. I think it's like, to me, yeah. I think morality is just a very big, I don't know if you know the term, but ontological means like something is the way that it is. What is the nature of that is that makes something the way that it is? And I suppose when you were referring to the I like, or like these people like, I like killing, you ought not to like killing type of question, like in there, I suppose like for me, I look at it very linguistically, like who the F is the I that the thing's referring to, and is it able to be like concretized in this world, you know, in this realm, and we can observe it. So like, it's like an example, like Saturn is the sixth planet from the sun. That's a sentence token. That's saying Saturn is the sixth planet from the sun. That's just the way that it is. But if I was to repeat that over and over and over again, it becomes the sentence type. There's some sort of truth factor behind those types of sentences, and sentence tokens can be very concrete, but because I think it does give you that ability to say that, oh, when you say
So long, Sam.
I like chocolate, it depends on the I, right? I can just concretely say, look at the fucking I and the person that's saying it, and if it doesn't match up morally, like, go get screwed because of the truth that comes from sentence tokens and linguistics. And I suppose, yeah, I don't know, like, on the other flip side, yeah, I think the way that I think about language is that it is temporal and it is its own entity, as opposed to the opposite. But yeah, I don't know. Food for thought. Thank you for the food for thought.
yeah, I think we're doing well.
Yeah.
I think
Well, who knows? I might end up in drag 2 years from now, like a crazy wig on, drinking a lot of alcohol with pills, popping pills left, right, and centre. But who knows?
that was very left field.
I'm very left field. Nah, I don't know. Maybe towards the middle. Maybe towards the left. Maybe a little to the right. Maybe upside down.
Beginning scan.
I'm an explorer of fields,
Verifying ID.
whatever direction they are.
Weapons detected.
Oh, follow.
How do you feel about drag? There's a question that's like fringe to some degree.
I'm very liberal, so I don't mind it.
Yeah, I think liberal is a good word. I'd call myself liberal.
Yeah.
I'm not liberal as in the Australian political party scenario.
They're a mess. No.
But I think that's the thing that differentiates some of the philosophies at the moment between progressives and liberals, is that
Yeah.
You can be a liberal and be all about people being progressive in all sorts of ways, but
Uh-huh.
there are some progressivenesses that try and restrict liberty, and some of them I'm all for, and some of them I'm against myself. Like, I guess it depends on what it is. Like, but you know, should anyone be able to do whatever the fuck they want if it's not hurting anyone else? Yeah, should you be able to live the way you want to live without, as long as you're not harming anyone? Sure. I think as a general rule, that's just like something I stick to.
Exit function? I mean, hello.
Yeah, so like I think that everyone should have the right to follow whatever religion they want, if that's what they want to do. I'm all for that, but once that religion starts becoming a detriment to everyone else, and they start saying that everyone has to start following this, then that liberty that they've got has now restricted other people's liberties, and that's when it's a problem.
Yeah. I think that's good. And I think I like the idea that you're focused on progressivism. Like, a lot of people, I think sometimes like get so caught up in like perhaps some semantics and this and that at the end of the day, as a species, don't we want to progress? Don't we?
I think we do.
You know.
But again, like, I don't know, there's some things that are spouted as progressivism that to everyone else is just like a step backwards.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Like, you know, if you're talking about like gender issues or race issues or any of them, in some ways I think to say like we need to treat these people different because of X, Y, and Z, I think that's just going straight back to like the whole, you know, as soon as you treat any of these people different, like that's what leads to people treating them shit, you know what I mean?
Exactly.
But you know, like the argument of like these people have been trodden upon for X amount of time, so we need to treat them different to raise them up. I think it sounds good in theory. It's running on that sympathy sort of like emotion, but
oh my god, that reminds me. They call that affirmative action.
yes,
Affirmative fucking action. I was really ambiguous on that. Like, I'm with you. I think I'm ambiguous. Like, if somebody's been oppressed for many years, we ought to like take upon ourselves the shoulders of bringing them back up. That's like.
well, I mean, I'm against it, to be honest. Like, I think we should bring them back up, but I don't think it should be like, let's go out and put them on a pedestal now and act like nothing they can do, like their shit don't stink, sort of thing. Like, I think it should be a matter of like us as a cult, as a society, looking at the people that we've treated as other and then treat them as same. If they've had a lack of rights, give them those rights. You know, make this all in the same community, in the same circle, with the same access to bettering our lives. It doesn't mean go out, make your lives worse, or restrict your liberties or whatever it is, just to. Because I'm not an Adam and Evist. I think like.
Oh no! Stay away from me.
Like have
I don't
people
want your corruption.
have people been treated shit in the past? Yeah, so like invite them for a beer and fucking show them that you'll treat them as a friend like anyone else. And if you want to go out of your way and help a friend in need, then fucking do it. Fantastic. But don't do it just because they fit some like checkbox that the progressives of today think is right to do it with. Like, do it with anyone that needs that shit.
See that, and I think that's the essence of like, affirmative action, like addressing structural discrimination of sorts and implementing special measures that make them feel recognized, acknowledged, and part of a group. Because I think that's the main thing. Like, if you're being discriminated against, or something's being discriminated against, you're not in that group. And I think there's all sorts of ways to think about what good affirmative actions would look like to bring support for those disadvantaged groups would look like. But I suppose it's like the barriers, that would be a very big thing that I think you were addressing in there. Like you need barriers that would prevent these people from just checking their, like just wanting to check their own boxes. You would that would disadvantage other groups and stuff like that. And I think progressivism and certain ideas marketed as that, you're correct, like they would be maybe too liberal with certain ideas or something, if I understood what you're saying. So yeah, I think and I think another thing you touched on as well was like being impartial. Like you have to have an aim to be impartial if you're kind of working for certain groups or trying to think and stuff like that, because you have to see biases that are taking hold of them. And I think when it involves politics, people are so effing biased. Like, and the more liberal you are, I think that can be a real good thing, but it also makes you crazy. It might say like, I don't know, what a crazy liberal say. A crazy liberal would say, what a crazy liberal say. Nah, I don't know.
Crazy liberal will say, well, this goes back to the infophilia and infophobia. Like, there's people out there that'll be like, yeah, man, a new coal power plant, yeah, just chuck it up, do whatever the fuck you want, man. Like, let's just go like fish all the fish out of the sea and drill into all the fucking drilling holes and stuff, because like there's nothing that can go wrong. And then there's the other people that are like, no, you must get your energy from like rubbing sticks together because we don't want to like, you know, harm anything. We don't want to have any influence on the world and stuff. Like, you just gotta have this balance in the middle of like, what's safe to do, what's sustainable. Like, you know, if we continue doing this for 1,000 years, what would the world be like?
That's like, and I suppose that's another tricky question, because with affirmative actions, like in potential groups for politics, because that's, or like if we would address like discrimination and stuff like that, which ties into the drag queens almost being innately discriminated against through certain conservative ideas, is this idea that is affirmative action kind of required in our concept of justice? Because when we want justice for certain ideas and kind of repercussions, like, would we want to address these disadvantaged groups like in our lives and stuff like that? And that reminds me of like the stats for what, like, you know, Māori people?
Yeah.
Yeah, the stats were insane for lawyers in
Weapons restrictions lifted.
New Zealand society that were Māori. I think it was like 6% or something ridiculous of lawyers were Māori, and 2.8% of them were Pacific Islander, and others were like mixed and stuff. But that gives you a total of 8.8% of people being Māori or kind of Pacific Islander orientated in one particular group for one sphere, you know, one sphere of interaction, like politically, I suppose, or whatever. So is that fair? Like, is this idea fair, and is this idea just that only 8% of how many people? 100%, like, and how many lawyers are there in New Zealand? Like, I think it was like 30,000, and only like, 800, like 900 of them were Pacific Islander oriented, and you had like 20,000 lawyers. The fuck?
I think there has to be a difference
but they
made.
make 50%. They make up like crazy amounts of our New Zealand populace in terms of demographically, like 40% are Māori, or 25% of them are Māori and stuff. These figures don't add up. So yeah, I think affirmative action may help to address discrimination, but is it really the way? But yeah. Anyway, that's going off topic, I suppose, kind of. But
I think if your whole people, like your country, doesn't have any representation for you in the legal system, then that's fucked. But on another hand, like if you're in another person's country and then you're like, why is there such a small percentage of Australian lawyers in China? I don't think you've really got like a leg to stand on. And I think,
yeah, you're right.
I think that happens a lot here. Like you'll have progressives going around saying like, it's totally unfair that there aren't, you know, like look at this the small number of Taiwanese actors in Australian films and this and that, and it's like, but you realise like the majority of the people in this country happen to be this thing, like, and they'll say like it's only racist if you have the majority of the people, or you know the power and the structures. And I remember someone saying this to me before and saying like, you know, like a Chinese person couldn't be racist against a white Australian person because the white Australians are the dominant population in Australia. I'm like, okay, so what if the exact same scenario was happening? You had like a Chinese person saying that an Australian's, you know, a cockhead because he is Australian and because of X, Y, and Z, but you just changed that this one pub that they're in is actually now in China. Like, does that mean that his action is like morally worse because he's got those people around him, or is it just wrong both times to be racist? Full stop.
That's a good see. You're do you know what? You're actually quite smart.
Thanks,
like,
buddy.
You're very smart, and I really like it. Like, I really like informed people that are just like bright and can come up with shit on the spot. Like, because you don't really see it, but I think what you were talking about is like merits. Like, and I think one of the objections to like affirmative action would be like, it kind of, to me, when I see it, like, we ought to support the disadvantaged groups by bringing in special measures for them. So, in a situation where I'm a corporate executive and I'm trying to hire these people, and there's a lesser white qualified man and then there's a black man, I ought to hire the black man. You know, like, to me, that was almost like screaming, like, discrimination upon itself. Affirmative action is another form of discrimination.
Yeah.
Which is like hilariously ironic considering it's trying to get rid of that discrimination to begin with. And I suppose, like hiring in, like perhaps in the scenario, hiring and admitting people in regards to merits as opposed to distinctions based on disadvantaged ethnicity or genders or groups and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And is better to be looked at, because there could be a whole bazillion of confounding variables that are the real issues that affirmative action isn't actually addressing. Like, I think, that's a good one. You had a good retort.
And like, you know, like, I think there can be an argument made to like, if you've got organisations that don't have any of a particular type of people in it, then the likelihood of those people being what's the word, like the word's right there, discriminated against is higher. You know, but I don't think getting people who don't have the merit, who just match that minority group and bringing them into it is going to help solve the problem, because then you've got like a population of people who are already biased against this group, and then they've got to work with this person, maybe even like rely their lives on this person, and they happen to not meet the job description and wouldn't help in that situation. I just think the whole minority group as a whole is going to get discriminated against more because they're going to associate that group. What the fuck? Did you just... What's the...
Oh, it's like 2 seconds delayed, I think. Oh. Right in your face. That is funny.
I have not seen that before. I wasn't expecting that.
Booyah, new experiences,
oh,
hey?
Look at him. He looks a bit fucked. What the fuck? Is this guy drunk? What the fuck's going on?
Haven't you had this before?
No. He's over it. He's done with life. There's nothing on the table anymore. Okay.
That
Thanks
is
for-
so cool.
Thanks for fucking losing your shit. I just
Wait,
got
did you
these new
ask him to
sunnies.
get a beer?
Yeah, I didn't think they were beers. I thought they were just energy. I mean, they're giving me stamina, so I didn't think it would be fucking beer.
Oh shit.
So I think he's just losing his shit. I don't know, if that's happening, then maybe there'll be a new... He's drunk. Look at this shit.
Oh wait.
Wow. Okay. Was not expecting all this. Out of everything that could happen in this game, I wasn't expecting that. He needs to shower. He needs to wash it out of him.
I love how he just winked to the camera, like... oh.
Yeah. But like all this stuff said, like I'm obviously not a racist. I'm not sex. As far as I say, I'm not sexist. I'm not homophobic. People
Yeah.
might say, "Oh, but you don't do X, Y, and Z, so like we're less of these things than you are." And I'll be like, "Well, no, it should be just about treating everyone the same." Like, you know, I've got some gay friends. I've got some different ethnicity friends, and I don't just ignore that topic. I go, "Hey, tell me about the country you're from. Like, let's like
Tell me
nut out
about your
some-"
level of gayness, please.
Well, yeah, why not? I mean, I'm up for that conversation if they are. And I've got a mate that I've not questioned, but just like I raised a discussion with about that, and
Yeah.
I think at first was a bit reserved and like, oh, does it have to be about that? I'm like, no, it doesn't
Is he
have to
gay?
be.
What is it?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
But I think he's like, but shouldn't we just like not focus on those things? And I'm like, well, we don't have to. Like, I'm just raising it as an interesting conversation topic where maybe I can learn something. But I think he knew that. I think he's just like had a bit of defense there because of things he's been through and whatnot, which is fair enough. But
Oh, poor guy. Life is crazy, huh?
it is.
Dang. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I think
that
he
really
knows.
goes back to the open,
Sorry.
Yeah.
I think he knows I'm like all about the love. Like I wouldn't have been asking him if there was anything else.
Or maybe you were asking because you wanted to like accumulate all the data and their arguments and then just throw it back at them. You're like, I spoke to a gay man on Wednesday and guess what he said? He said insert an ottoman into your ass. Nah. Nah.
I don't get me wrong. Like the idea is somewhat appealing to be able to make myself immune from ever having anyone challenge my acceptance of people by saying, "Hey, I've got this friend over here that's this and whatever." But like, at what point do you actually be accepted into the world of like someone who's just liberal? Like, what point like can you say like it's been demonstrated already that I'm not against X, Y, and Z, and I don't judge people for those things?
That's a good question. Because that goes back to what we discussed a little bit earlier on differentiation and repetition. You know? Like, what does it mean to differentiate yourself from the clouds as lightning? It's very, like, aggressive towards, like, continuity and discontinuity. And that is tricky, mister. I don't know. But that is so cool that I think that you're even open to it. Some, like, people are, some people are real mean.
I think maybe, like, if interpreted in its worst way, it's my white, cisgendered, heterosexual privilege that's like, trying to, like,
I knew it.
find a way to make my life less uncomfortable with these progressive types trying to, like, change me and my behaviour by saying, like, I'm everything I need to be. There's nothing, I don't have to go out and kiss the ass of, like, minority groups just to prove that, like, I'm
You
normal.
support them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cause,
I like that.
Like, if you treat anyone in a minority group like they're God, I think you're just fucking it all up. Because there's going to be people that piss you off in any group. And if you're not honest with them about that, then, like, you're just being an ass kiss. Like,
That's like, you're right. Amen, preach it.
it doesn't mean you go out and be like, screw all you gay people, fuck you guys and your mums. It's just about just treating them like anyone else and just being like...
as a gay person, like, it's so funny, the world of, like, the LGBT and, like, certain stereotypes that they assume themselves. It's like the guys with the high voices and stuff, or, like, if you're gay, you go instantly into drag and try to become more feminine and stuff like that. Like, it's very interesting to see the dynamic of discrimination that happens within the group that they will openly look at, but then if a cisgendered, like, straight person says anything about it, they grab their arms, they plead right to defend themselves and try to kill them, I just think it's so funny, like, ironic, yet again, like, what even is irony? I don't even really know how to use the term correctly, do you?
I think when... Ironic is when something's humorous in spite of itself. Like, it's like a negative thing. Like when maybe something's being a bit hypocritical, and so it's not... I don't know, it's hard to put, isn't it? That's ironic. Like, if something's, like, saying, like, danger, like, we don't want anyone to get hurt, so, like, don't come within this space, but then if you get close enough to read it, then it, like, falls and lands on your head. It's like it's doing the opposite of what it claims to be doing.
Oh, it's like when it would be like a sign. I think this is a meme somewhere. It's like there was a sign on the side of the road and it said no signs.
yeah, exactly.
I love that. So
cracks
I
people
think
up.
I love irony. I think I'm very ironic. See, everybody would say I'm sarcastic. No, I'm not sarcastic. Bitch, I'm ironic. And I like ironic. Yeah, I think I like that. Very ironic. Yeah, I like irony.
You can be ironic and know you're being ironic and have a laugh about it. And that's the point in itself. And then there's people who are ironic and don't know that they're ironic. And they're just fucking morons.
Yeah. That's funny. But yeah. And I suppose I was... Yeah.
Sorry, you go.
Oh, sorry if I cut you off all the time as well. Sometimes, like, it'll be the buffer delay for transmission of the voice to you in Australia.
Yeah, like progressive, I think are quite ironic because they're trying to do something in the world, and they're like, as soon as they make one step, they're already doing the exact opposite of what they're trying to do.
Yeah, you're right. It's like the person that says, love all people, and then their mum does something bad, and then they yell at their mum. Okay. That's not love. Is it love? Is it tough love? Who knows? Because you're so liberal.
I'm tough on my mum, I'll be honest.
Yeah? Why?
I think she shoots herself in the foot. I don't know. There's a lot of different things I can say. Like, let's start with the positives. I love my mum.
No, start with the negatives.
I think she's done well to raise us all under the restrictions she had, and I think in the time she grew up in, and I think she tries to put us first, all that stuff, like 100%. Take that for granted when I have this conversation, right?
Yeah.
She annoys the shit out of me because she's like a flip-flopper and shit. And I don't know, there's a few things that I don't particularly want to go into, but
Oh yeah,
I don't know. I feel like she doesn't take good advice from people who love her.
Oh yeah. I think that's the biggest thing that's real, kind of hard to address sometimes is like the advice, you know, like what is really good advice and sound advice. Going away from the philosophy, but like sometimes when you're in the crux of whatever experience you're having and then somebody gives you good advice, you're like, I understand it, like I get it rationally, but it's not appealing to my emotional nature and nothing going to disregard it, you know?
I think
So
that's where she'd be standing in a lot of this, but the problem is that I don't think she can be trusted to do what's right, even for her emotional nature, because she thinks she's doing something that feels good, and then like the risks are high, and she's demonstrated that she's not capable of like managing those risks. And so when people who have seen her, you know, do similar things before and fail, and then her emotional state's a lot worse than what she started, they're like, well, here's a lesson that obviously she'll have to remember, and then she doesn't, and she attempts to do the same thing again.
Oh, that's how they categorize insanity. Have you heard that saying? Like, the real insane ones is people that repeat the same actions and expect a different outcome.
Yeah.
I love that.
I don't know, like, on one hand, she's getting older, and so, like, her memory's not going to be as good. But on the other hand, I felt like she, like, branched out her scope, because, like, she went to uni a bit later, and she actually developed...
Did she? Oh, cute.
Yeah, so she's like a social worker.
Cute.
And so in that sense, I feel like she's become a lot smarter, and so her scope to be able to understand stuff has gone up, but in practice, she just keeps making the same mistakes.
Maybe it's like a loop. Do you know what I mean? Like some people like, well, I think obviously we can categorize whatever we want, but like, I think sometimes like it's interesting to see how certain people enter into a career and stuff like that just because it meets their initial needs to begin with. It's not actually like a long-term practical thing. They just want to study this and love this because it seems appealing at the time, but it's an impact bias. It's like you can't project, you can't understand the repercussions for the future because you're inhibited by the present. Like, so like it's funny to see when people get to loops like that, like how hard it is for them to break certain patterns and stuff. And we've all got patterns, but I think it's always tough to see that with people you love. Hey, like, I just ignore it. I think that's my thing.
Yeah, but I don't know, I feel like if only you could be convincing enough that their quality of life could go up a lot. It's not that they couldn't re-attempt these things later, but it's after they've like come to understand what made them fail the first time.
Oh. Do you know what's so surprising? You know, like in those connections, is like, it surprises me what people remember, like about other people. Like it really surprises me.
True.
Like, so like when you're having those discussions, it's funny to think like, what if all the points I'm saying is going in one ear and out the other, and then they come away with it, oh, they hate me, oh, You're trying to direct me with what's best for me, or oh, I hated their wig, like oh, I hate their earrings, like oh, their shoes are disgusting. I couldn't concentrate. Like it cracks me up because you sometimes when you talk to people, you'll hear what they reiterate back to you. Like if your mum's already done it, you know, like you'll say all this stuff, and then days later, she'll come back to you and then she'll be like, da 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 da, or something, and you're like, what the fuck? I didn't say that. Like, well, what the heck? That's insane.
Yeah.
Where did you get that from? So, human nature is such a funny thing.
Well, it is funny you bring that up after this conversation because my mum does that to me all the time.
Oh. Yeah.
Like, we'll have a good visit, and the majority of it will be positive, and we'll be talking about how fully, you know, how good each other are for doing all these good things and stuff. And then we'll have one disagreement, and then next time we catch up, it'll be as if like the whole time we caught up was just that one disagreement, and like what I've said to be kind has been interpreted as like the most malicious thing you could say. Yeah.
That's so, and that's a really good point. Like with situations like that, I think, how conversations can be coloured by negative and positive attributions from the receiver. You know, like,
Yeah.
and it's quite interesting because they always say, like, in cycles, how I've always understood it is like the negatives always re-perpetuate themselves almost, like, because positives barely arouse your levels of like stimuli, but the negative and fearful and the uncertain does, it arouses that. So like when you go away from the situation and you think, oh my god, like they really hurt me or something, they're going to remember that as opposed to all the beautiful things you did before that, and that's so sad. I think that's so sad. I think that's where like care would come through with framing your words, like, because I think there's that awesome, I read this awesome saying from the psychoanalytic group that said, compassion without, you probably heard it, compassion without cruelty, truth without compassion is cruelty. And I don't know if I disagree or agree with it, but principle charity, I'm going to give it its best go, and I like it. I resonate with it.
I feel it. I can see, I understand why that's a saying. But yeah, I'm sort of more of the Dr. House variety, and it's just like, you know, truth is truth. The truth is the best thing you could ever give someone, even if it's mean.
Yeah. I love that. This is why we need, this is why I like it in comedy, because some people are just so airy-fairy, you just need a cut clear in the grass, like, what's that, like, boom, that's that. Here's the truth.
I'm glad both exist, to be honest. I'm just, you try to be all of them at once, you're often gonna fail. And it's good that some people are more of one than the other. I think part of it is that I actually do appreciate and respect the people who are airy-fairy in the sense that they're nice and they put people's feelings before other things.
Yeah.
And so I respect that, but I'm also frustrated with them because I'm like, they don't seem to see that they need me as much as I need them. Until it all falls apart, of course.
Yeah. It's almost like a harmony thing. And I think that's where you look at like the psychological disposition of the people that you're dealing with and yourself. Like if you operate from this mentality of like, for example, truth is truth and there's really no differing from it, then those people that don't think that obviously complement your life and make you feel a little bit more whole because it's complementary, like it's not like a void within you, but it's like, you know, it's complementary, you need it, like it helps to rebalance some of those beliefs, and I think that's beautiful. Like Yeah, because if you're not
It's
being
almost like,
questioned-
sorry, if we're gonna stick with the doctor metaphor, it's like you could be in a hospital where you get treated great all the time, but no one knows how to fix like the ailments you have. Or you could be in a hospital where everything wrong with you gets fixed, but you feel like shit the whole time you're there. And I'm like, in general, when I go to a hospital, I'm not going there to like feel good. I'm going there to fix some shit, and that's the main point of the hospital. But if you go to a hospital where you feel like you're treated good and you get your stuff fixed, then that's even better. But if it comes to one or the other, I want my shit fixed. Simple as that.
Yeah, that's a good... And see, that's where the whole nature of, like, clinicalizing becomes an issue. Because it's, like, clinicalization and, like, the act of trying to categorize deficiencies of or abnormal behavior is such a precious subject to a lot of people. And that sometimes when you do go to the hospital, they're like, I'm not going because they don't make me feel good. And I could say to them, yeah, it's not about making you feel good, it's about addressing your ailments. And then they're like, well, I don't necessarily have any ailments. Like, it was a sufficient thing that I wanted to go see them, but I actually don't want to go see them now. Like, I don't actually have an ailment, like, you know? And it's like this, it's like a real curvy linear relationship.
Well, I think if you don't want to go to the hospital because they don't make you feel good, then obviously your emotion is more important than the ailment. So maybe like your ailment actually isn't that bad or that too. You know.
But that said, people go to the hospital right at the end of their life with a problem that they've just toned off to like some sort of like spot on their arm, and it's really melanoma and cancer, and you're dying, and you're now at stage 3 because you were naive or self-deluded. So yeah, that's a cool example though. That I really like that analogy. Like when you go to the hospital, you don't go there for fun and games. If you go there to be sick. As
This is
opposed
intense.
to the opposite. I know, I'm watching you strangle all of them. That's not the good way to say it, but yeah, you're strangling them. So once you hit them with that entanglement, do they just not come after you again? They
No, I
just,
think
like, forget
I
you?
think they shrug it off after a bit.
But like, if you're in the proximity, do they sense you with their powers, or do they
I think
get you?
if they're really close, or if I've made like a loud noise, then they'll just be like, boom, I'm there, and then they'll like send the goopy men from the floor out to get me. Oh, I'm running low on energy.
I love this. Like the fact you're in a ruined city, because it makes sense with the storyline like that. The world was blown up.
Yeah. Or before I read something and it was legit 100% referring to Donald Trump, and it was saying that he was a president in power right before this happened. And it was talking about, you know, things were looking good. We even had a black president and a female nominee or whatever. Things were looking good, and then next you know we had someone who was trying to build a wall and keep people like me out who were like, you know, refugees, or not refugees, but the other one, I think is the word.
Foreigners.
Yeah, basically.
Non-native.
Migrators of some sort.
Oh, immigrants. Yeah.
Immigrants, yeah. So I could get more of this stuff if I've got space.
Oh, good job on leveling up your gun.
Cheers. Yeah, it's what, level 2, level 3 or something?
Gets the job done.
Yeah. I could have prepared for this mission a little bit better. But, oh.
Nah, yeah, I've been distracting you, sorry.
Oh, you're right.
Plus, you stood at the screen for fucking 5 years. I was like looking at it like, haven't got all day to be staring at a screen. Maybe at the roof.
Oh,
With the sky
sometimes-
changing forever. No.
Sometimes I find like the conversation we're having is like really good. And if I like just go on with what I'm doing, like a conversation will pop up in the game, and I'll be like so distracted, like I don't take either of it in properly. So I'll just like pause for a bit and get through what we're doing.
I noticed that, and that's why I didn't bring it up. Like I was just because I actually acknowledged that. That was nice, thank you. But then I think on the flip side, I was like, just in case other people joined, like and were watching.
True.
I didn't want them to feel.
Oh well, like this is my domain. Like, they have to bow to what I do.
I'm the fucking doctor, and I can fix whatever I want to do. I have this doctor friend. He's like, he started off as like an Australian nurse, I think, which is quite interesting because he's real like cisgendered and stuff, and he's becoming a doctor through the other avenue. You can earn up all this medical experience basically and become a doctor the long way around instead of hardcore. I'll just going straight into medical.
This isn't working alright, so what I'm gonna do. Sorry, yeah, your friend a nurse.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Yeah, it was just a random thing.
You're right. I just lost all my shit off my back.
Didn't you place it down, mate? That was a traumatization.
Oh, it's just easier. Now, the thing I wanted to pick up though, and I risked all this shit for, like, it's way too heavy, and I can't bring it back anyway, so I may as well just fucking get rid of it.
Old magazines. Look, there you go. There's your entertainment. Special alloys, I can fasten that in something. I'm so dry. See? And it's these moments like this that's permanentized, like forever.
What?
So what you can do is on your stream, you can go through and edit out all my voice.
What?
Oh, don't worry.
What have you... I think you're just, like, really hard on yourself.
Yeah. The opposite gets you nowhere, right?
Oh shit. I'm losing stuff.
Can I read the description for the bowler gun? Just so I can see what it says?
Yeah, but I think I just dropped it. Hold on. Oh, fuck's sake. Is it too damaged or something? Like, what's the go? Why can't I pick it up? Fight, dumbass. Yeah, I'm gonna be screwed if I get into a battle here. But I'm so low on energy. I really just need my vehicle back. Where? I don't even know where it is.
Can't your little baby tell you?
I should be able to. Where? I don't know where I left it.
Was your baby just crying then?
Yeah. That's my it comes out of my controller, so you probably don't hear it that great when it does.
That makes sense. I thought you were being a bad parent this whole entire time.
Oh! Ah! Yeah, no, I'm fucked.
You should have saved before you got into that.
I don't think I can just save on the go. Go, bitch, go. I think I'm good. Drink some of this shit. Yeah, the monster can only run 20 meters, and now I'm all good. Oh, there's the bike over there. It's still a fair distance.
Where?
Over there. Oh. Like sidestepping across bricks. Which is half realistic, I guess. I could just like sit for a second and rest, which I should probably do because it's going to be harder. Oh no, I won't because it's raining. Might just
Sit in the
fucking
acid rain.
and I need to just get back to this vehicle, get the fuck out of here, and deliver it.
You should you should buy a PC and become a Twitch streamer if you like this.
Twitch thought.
Yeah.
How
I know.
come? Why?
I don't know. Cause
What made you bring that up?
So, I don't know. I was just like watching, and yeah, I just thought like, I don't know. It's not about me, but like, why don't you?
It's
Yeah,
just
is
as
that
much
like-
about you as it is about me.
No, it isn't. Come on, transactional. Come on. But
Why Twitch? Tell me.
I don't, because I think YouTube broadcasting, it's all a platform for streaming something, and Twitch seems quite popular nowadays, so why not commercialize on there?
I've got nothing against it per se, but I'm not a huge PC person. I've got plenty of friends that are. I find in general, like I hear the same arguments from them every time, like, oh no, I don't play PlayStation because, like, you know, a mouse and keyboard's so much better to use. And I'll be like,
It's so dumb.
yeah, against other people with mouses and keyboards, like, it's just the same, you know what I mean? Like, everyone's on the same footing. Personally, I'd rather be able to, like, sit on my bed comfortably. I mean, they'll say, oh, you can attach controllers to your PC, but it's just so, like, it's not designed for that. It's designed for a lot of things, but not particularly that, I find. Whereas, not to say, no, that's not the argument I'm trying to say. My argument is basically, like, I like having something designed for a game, and I like the controllers. I don't feel disadvantaged by controllers. And I'm not versing people with keyboards and mouses, so there's no disadvantage there. And PCs, like, I think they are better graphically and everything like that. But you also have to continue upgrading your hardware just to meet up with the demand. And I like a PlayStation in the fact that everyone's on the same footing right from the start, whereas PC, you've got people with better graphics and faster RAM and all these other things, and I don't like to think that the outcome of a game is due to how good your fucking console is, you know what I mean?
You're very scientific, yeah. That's my honest approach why it took me years to upgrade my PC, because I thought that in terms of the independent variable being manipulated, there's all different factors with PCs, whether it be their hardware, whether it be the game, whether it be this, blah, 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 keyboard, mouse. And other people have mechanical keyboards and then mechanical mouses with numb keys, and
Yeah.
you're right, you're right. It almost takes into account a different sort of game within the game. Yeah. So what happens if you got like a what if I supplied you with like an infinite supply of money?
Oh,
Like,
well, then I'll get
would you?
a PC in my, like, Lamborghini.
Yeah. See.
Yeah,
that's good.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I've got a PC, and it's, like, not actually that bad, and I could probably play some games on it at the moment, but, at the same time, I like having this be my gaming thing, and that being, like, a different
Work.
tool, like, yeah, just, like, keeping documents, holding all my movies, all my pictures, as well as Photoshop and things like that.
You actually managed to get the goods out of it?
Photoshop is effort to load up.
And would you
To load
look
up?
at that, Hall?
Yeah.
You're definitely a cut above
On my
those
computer it is
fragile
at least.
express goons.
It takes a while.
Let me guess. The great deliverer. Am
Yeah,
I
like
right?
it's a
Wait,
new
what do you
PC.
mean? Oh wait, no, I can't say it because it's... Wait, maybe just turn off mine.
No, just say it. What do you mean?
No.
What do you want about?
Okay, so
You
just
can
turn it
share
off.
with me. You can share with the 9-year-olds out there. We do have a viewer in the chat room at the moment. The fucking YouTube page, which I haven't addressed yet. Hello, person, but they probably can't. Oh, you're talking to yourself. So whoever's out there watching, if you're still there, thanks for joining our little philosophy circle. Thank you. Yeah. Mm. But like, I mean, I can't even repeat it because then they'll hear. But like, how much of a theft is it? If it's that, I mean.
Theft? There's no theft. Everybody plagiarizes. I'm back on the main chat, by the way. But
Okay.
yeah, everybody plagiarizes one another. So
What like
that's just, like, kind of
context was
method.
it? Like, were you like then producing this
Artwork.
and getting paid for this? Yeah.
Artwork. Yeah. So no, I wasn't gonna get monetary rewards for it, but it was still very beautiful. Like I was like, like it's just painting a certain narrative that I've developed somewhere else, and I thought it's bad. It's bad. I know it's bad, but it's not to an audience that really care for my work anyway. So why not?
Yeah, fair enough. I got nothing against stuff. Wouldn't say I would do it all
But
the
it
time,
wasn't
but
theft.
I used to.
Stop categorizing that as theft. Like it's like
Well, you said it.
creative. I didn't mean it. I suppose the better word was
I should have known that.
You know those rooms
Well,
you went to?
do you know what I mean?
Ruins of fragile
You
fuck
reduced
silver.
me down to philosophy,
Bridges,
so
too. All
I'm
that talk of
theory
rebuilding the country,
with words.
it's just stirring folks up. My girl would still be alive if it wasn't for you people. She was there
Yeah.
when the
So that's
terrorists tried
funny.
to take out South Knot. She was already dead because of you.
All that talk of my girl would still be alive. That's a way to paint it. He didn't even kill anyone.
He's wrong. She's in a shelter southeast of the ruins.
Whoa.
Mind
Here's a
if I
lot of
take
hate
over?
in his life.
If he's not coming outside, then it doesn't
He
matter
looked
who
very
has him
young,
over the
didn't he?
wire.
Didn't he
And I'm
look
guessing
young?
you'll feel better taking it out on me.
The fuck? Yeah. He's like, you'd think he'd be
Oh,
operating
shit,
from a
we've got a cutscene. Let's watch this.
Okay.
Hey, Bridges. Fragile says my girl's alive.
Okay, I thought it was
And
more.
I'm just
Yeah.
supposed to believe her? After what she did? Hell no. You're gonna need to prove it. And there's only one way out. I'll give you something to take to this woman you found.
I love how his
Bring
tones
her back here to
change.
me.
Like, wow,
Take this
my
with you,
whole
too.
much.
Skeleton I made that improves stability and mobility. Threw together some of the parts I've got lying around. Just so we're clear, I'm only giving it to you because I want to make abso-fucking-lutely sure you complete this delivery. If my girl's still alive, then when she sees what you're carrying, she'll want you to bring her here. You do right by me. I'll do right by you.
Right.
Good work. New order available.
Jesus.
The order's been posted.
Oof.
Take a look at the delivery terminal.
Yeah, just give me a sec to rest, won't you, mate? Oh, rest those weary legs.
Mate, looks like you're praying to Allah.
Mate, everyone can have their own beliefs, eh?
Alrighty.
Look at him with his baby.
Is he gonna take it off?
The baby?
No, like all the cargo. You'd think if you're resting, you'd take off all the cargo.
He's resting on it.
I suppose.
Like, you can do this basically anywhere, but if you're doing it in the rain, it's like not a good idea. Oh, there's a
That
puppy in
cargo
the room.
looks munted.
Hey, Bob. Yeah, it is munted. It's red. Rusted the shit out. You alright? Can't hear, huh? Sorry, Bob. Where have you been?
Who are you talking to? Are you talking to the little baby?
Talking to my wife.
Ah, got you. Yeah.
So he's good, he's asleep. You mean bam bam bam? Oh. Fuck. You want to shut the door?
You should get up and give her a hug and a smooch.
Hug and a smooch, you reckon? I've been
Yeah,
given
give
orders
her
to
some
hug and
love.
smooch you. Her back's sore, I can't hug her too much, alright? So,
Aw.
I was being considerate of that, but you're actually the rude one telling me to hug her, so just saying.
No, I'm not. Don't even try.
Love you.
See, how wholesome was that? That's
Aw.
all that was needed.
There's rainbows and unicorns just flipping out over that. Alright. Got some more energies.
Alright. No rest for the wicked.
So,
How do you know that it was all, like, done?
what's that?
I love that saying, no rest for the wicked. That is such a cool saying. Do you know the song? There ain't no rest for the wicked. Money don't grow on trees.
Don't know if I know that one.
You're so uncultured. What a... So uncultured.
Just
You are
'cause I
not a
don't
progressive.
douse myself in yogurt.
Don't you? Fuck. You have issues. Yogurt is life. Imagine that as a ritual. But have you heard of, like, Pastafarianism?
Yeah.
Yeah. How beautiful is that religion?
Oh.
That's almost like dousing yourself in yogurt. I'm gonna make a new religion called dousing yourself in yogurt. No, I'm gonna call it yogurtism. And yogurtism, we douse ourselves regularly in yogurt. And then we roll around in mud to combine with nature. Mate, perhaps I should be a streamer. This is quality.
You did turn it back on, yeah?
Right. It's all about me.
Oh, well, you try and make me feel guilty for wanting to have like a sane cock like a moron, like I always do.
Really?
Yeah.
Aww.
Right, so I'm
Oh.
meant to. I'm gonna get rid of that. I'll do that another time.
Or maybe you should start dousing yourself in yoga and screaming about it in chat.
Yeah, sure.
When you're not talking to anyone.
There's videos of just like, yeah, back when I not streamed, but I'd
Oh.
just record it and then upload it, do a little bit of editing and stuff. Like, there's games that I would chuck on, like, that were really good games, and I remember the conversation being really good, and I'd just chuck it up and not really like think too much, and then I'd look back and it was just me talking to myself the whole time, like, oh.
Really? Oh,
Yeah.
that is so disheartening. Oh, you discussed earlier.
Drag. You've brung up drag like multiple times in these conversations with like no
brought it
context
up
related to it at all.
I rang it up
Nah.
once. Don't you even?
At least twice
You
before
totally
just
go
then.
Yeah, the line. And more, yeah, screw you. But yes.
Screw you for being right.
No. I think what you've just done is you've now re-solidified your basis, you know what I mean? Because obviously that's such a bizarre foreign concept that you would never have thought about unless I was in the chat, right? Or a LGBT user, right?
Oh look,
So.
I'll probably talk about drag more than like the average bear. Average bear I like work with.
Freudian slip, guys.
Yeah, like it's. I like to talk about concepts that are like, let's say, uncommon.
Yeah.
And some people have like really strong opinions on it, and they've never like spoken to anyone that does it, or you know, just the stereotypical sort of like country sort of, you know, the bigoted side of things, I guess. But yeah, I don't know, like drag I think's pretty easy to talk about because it's just people doing something. But then I think that there comes a line in the sand that I'm willing to sort of more debate with, and that's the trans stuff. And work with me here,
Yeah.
because you know how I'm like a very scientific-minded person, and
I'm very scientific too, thanks.
yeah. So when someone says like, "Call me something which physically I am not,"
Yeah.
like it hits that hard spot in me, and I'm like, you know, what should I do? And I don't know. I try and extrapolate that out to something else. Like if someone says, "I'm," you know, I'm, you know, like there's that woman who claims to be African American, and she's not at all African American.
Hello, Barbara. I see you.
And then there's like the bloke who's trans age and gender, who's
Trans
like a
age?
56-year-old dude who's now a 6-year-old girl, and he's been adopted by new parents, and he has like
Wow.
an older sister who's 7 or something, and you know, like in, you know, the perfect ideal progressive sort of world, this is all fine and dandy, like people can be whatever the fuck they want to be, and I don't really have any problem with that in itself. But then when you think like there could be guys who are predators who then identify as a small child, therefore they're allowed to hang out with them all the time.
Yeah. See, I don't think that's a correct question to be looking at, personally. But I definitely agree with your thoughts that things could become a slippery slope down that way if we were to just allow all sorts of behaviour. But I think I also do agree that there is a semblance, or like there is a kind of restriction or constraint on how we ought to view women. Because isn't that the essence of what transgenderism battles with, is this idea of the role of the woman. And the role of the woman, or like roles and expectations culturally, sure, whatever.
Harry,
But at the
sorry,
end of the
I've got to
day-
go. My Bob's screaming. I don't know where my wife is, so I'll be back. Hello. Hello. God damn. Hello. Proxius.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, I was doing some work. I waited. Yeah. How was that? Did you sit
You procrastinated from procrastinating for a little bit. Sorry? Sorry?
I don't understand.
We join my chat and we chat for hours about interesting shit. And then I think in the back of my mind, am I like helping you fail your subject? What be doing?
Oh, yeah. I thought that's the line of thought you were going down. I suppose, like, I think there's kind of, yeah. I don't really, yeah. I think there is a good reason why I obviously joined. Like, I think I do feel, it's not that I feel sorry or anything, but it's like, I just want my friends to do well. That's like my intention. So when I do jump through, like, and I kind of do drop some things, like, I think it's just out of respect. Do you know what I mean? For like my friends. Yeah.
So if I respected you as my friend, I'd like
Not invite me.
kick you out of this.
Exactly. But to be fair, I've done a lot of study. Like, I've managed to get through 2 lectures while you were gone.
Jeez.
Like, important. Like, yeah. Well, it wasn't too important. Like, I'd already started on one, but I just had to categorize the main ideas that they were talking about. But, yeah, like 2 friends. That is quite sad. But my internal worth, intrinsic worth, doesn't come from other people per se.
Yeah,
But
like my
it's
lecturer,
nice.
like he can go fuck himself because, like, if he doesn't give me good marks, then like it doesn't make my value any less.
Do you think I'm just grades orientated? Is that the image I've portrayed?
I think a student should be to some degree.
Oh,
No,
look
look,
at you
I hear what you're saying.
political.
Requirements they're looking for as well. So yes, I stand by my point, but I am allowing for a tertiary answer as well.
Yeah. Well, cool. As long as you've thought about that, that's awesome. Thank you for your opinion. And your tertiary opinion that I didn't expect.
I hope you don't like get too weirded out when I impersonate you, because like, I think to myself after it, like, fuck, that probably comes across not as cool as what it's meant to be.
To be honest, I think it's a compliment because it shows that you're listening, you know, when I'm talking, so it's good. And I think I always do, not impersonations per se, but like, I always use that ironic voice that I do, obviously, sometimes, to mock my friends to show that I'm listening, you know? So it's kind of like that. Well, that's a way to take it, so I don't take offense.
Cool.
God, you might as well add in a gay voice to it while you're at it.
Out of what, sorry?
Out of, like, you might as well add in a gay voice.
Well, I kind of did. I did a little bit.
Really?
And I'm like,
It wasn't bad.
It was.
I didn't even hear it.
I tried to make it you though, like not.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you keep saying that I'm kind over and over. I'm like, is this guy got some? Oh shit, that'll be the missus. Oh, hello. Am I loud again? Oh,
shit.
hello. Oh, for fuck's sake. Right, I'm too loud. I've got to speak quieter apparently, because every other fucking night I'm on here and I'm talking, it's fine, but apparently I'm too loud tonight.
You're rowdy.
I've got to... I think if I turn your volume down a bit, then I'll talk I'll talk the level I think you're talking.
What level am I talking? Really loud?
No, well, I've got the microphone, like the headphones up, so like I'm in a room with you at a bar or something.
Oh, got you. Yeah. Nothing worse. Yeah. No, I think. Are you playing now again, so I can see?
Yeah, but I've kind of forgot what I was gonna do. I was gonna deliver some shit, wasn't I? Gonna like take some of that shit back to where it belongs. The distribution center, the elder, craftsman, and some random shit. I think if I go...
Look at that. Look at Dennis on the YouTube thing. He said hello. And he said hi. Who's this?
Does it say Dennis on yours? On mine it says like a fucking, it's like another language.
It's Russian. Yeah, it means Dennis.
Oh, there you go. You know Russian.
I know everything. Nah, I can use Google.
Sorry?
But I can use Google. How sad will it be though when those universal translators come out and make learning a new language kind of redundant?
Look, I'm actually pretty excited about it.
Well, oh yeah, I framed it in both. Yeah. You can be happy too.
I think being able to just bump into anyone from anywhere in the world and have a fluent conversation with them
Delivering cargo.
would be really good.
Do you know what's funny in there? Because there's almost like when you do bump into strangers that can't speak your language, they have like a mystery allure. It's fun. It's like trying to dissect their words. Whereas when you've got the universal translator, it might make them more. It will obviously make it a little bit easier to understand them, but is that where the fun is at? Is that where the fun is at?
So you're trustworthy, I'll admit.
I would want to
I accept your invitation to join WCA. That device of yours is all you
Why
need to
does
make it
YouTube
official,
keep
right?
doing that? Oh, there we go.
Which is way outweigh the disadvantages. Like, if you still want to learn a language, you can. But like, I think it's really hard to learn another language, and
Yeah.
you know, I think I'm generally on the side of technology when it comes to these things. Like, whenever someone says something about, I just say to them like, yeah, well, while we're at it, let's like go back to the horse and cart and churn our own butter. Because look at all the people that are out of work because of those things. And yeah, that's just my smart-ass response to anyone who says that shit.
We've added a holographic projection function to your Odra deck.
It's
Now
it's
you
like a
can
different
generate
take on
hologram and hide if you're in trouble.
back in those
Consumes battery
days.
power, though, so you can't hold up forever.
Yeah. A lot of like, you know, new things that come out, or I had my mother-in-law the other day, like, we were talking about TVs.
Yeah.
And like how like all the new ones are pretty flash, and she's like, oh yeah, but the thing is with TVs, like you get one, and then a year out of date, it's out, like a year after it's out of date, and like there's something way better out, and so it's really bad. And I'm like, all that says is that technology is improving at such a fast rate now that like we can't keep up. Like, that's a good thing. That means that each year that you want to upgrade your TV, you're getting a much better one than what you would have 10 years ago if you upgraded each year. So I don't know, I just think like the default stance is usually to be really down on the fact that like things are going past.
You have old movies
And
they're all
I
so
get
that I
called
can watch
complex.
whenever I want.
You are complex.
Excellent. Thanks for that, Sam.
But
I expect I'll have to call you again in the future.
yeah, that's a really
Good work.
I think that's what's so cool. Like,
Please
I've noticed you do it, which is quite cool. But in saying that,
It's a pain in the ass too.
yeah,
Yeah.
good luck, mate, making friends. But you know what's super cool? I think it makes you more tailored, because if you're able to do that, you're able to understand what it is actually in question. And if you understand the essence of a question, you can build it back up. It's like being told that you need to prove X, Y, and Z, and it's like you've proved, but through like some sort of weird relation, like you basically prove X, so you can prove Y, Z, and blah blah blah. That's basically what you do. Like you build it back up, but yeah, so you can tailor your responses to people, which is so cool. Because a lot of people do it backwards. They wouldn't break it down into atomics. Anyways, sorry, tangent. To do with the TV thing, yeah. That is definitely one way of looking at it, because I think it's awesome, because that's basically Moore's law. Like, technology and transistors keep doubling every few years, and technology keeps advancing. Oh, anyways, but yeah, people that are reserved to change scare me almost. But it's good, because you need traditions. Sorry, I'm eating pods, is that alright?
How could you? It's gonna go straight to your ass.
Mate. Maybe. If the sugar's not distributed elsewhere, like my eyeballs or my eyelids.
Crazy.
There's that Alice in Wonderland quote. All the best people are.
Yeah. I got reminded of a time I was with my mother-in-law and my missus, and we were watching, I think it was the Croods? The like Pixar one with the cavemen.
Oh, is it the new one?
Yeah, it probably came out like a few years ago now.
Oh yeah.
I think it's got Emma Stone.
Oh, she's funny.
Yeah, and like her and her family are really crude, and her dad's like very caveman, like we should never leave the cave sort of thing. And she meets like this bloke who's very like, yeah, like we should just keep exploring and keep doing stuff. And I think, like she said to me, like he reminds me of you, Brayden. Like you don't want to be in the cave at all. You want to be out there doing the other stuff. And yeah, I seem to agree with that. No, just a little side note. I need to buy that. Do you have any characters from movies that you identify with?
The Rock.
Rock.
Most trees. The leaves on the ground. No. Tell me more. Wow. I love the fact that they're stationary, they don't really move. But going back to what you said, which was cool. Yeah, that is such an apt analogy. Like that's cool. So it seems cool, like an apt analogy. It seems that way. Who wants to be? Yeah. But then again, you said you would love to be chained to his chair, looking up at the ceiling for eons. So.
Oh, like I'm saying, like life would still be worth living if I happened to be. I'm not saying it's the ideal state of affairs.
Well, that's what I was posing to you. Would it be ideal? What really makes it ideal, you know, or not ideal? That was the heart of it. It doesn't matter.
I
that's
just think
funny.
like consciousness itself is like such a gift, and the contents of it is really up to you, and the inputs don't necessarily dictate the boundaries of it.
You're probably like,
Construction complete.
system theory, which looks at emergent properties. Like, I think I probably said it last night, but or no, 2 nights ago or something. But about properties becoming more than its part. You know, like, so you could probably have parts of a system, but then certain parts come together and they form something real new that gives itself, that distinguishes itself. So that's a good way to look at life, because if life is like a soup and you're given particular seasonings and salts and chicken and meat, like, it's up to you to make it, to distribute the salt and pepper throughout the entire soup. You can mix it yourself, or you can sit there or just like hate the soup. But what a weird analogy, but that's basically how it, that's how I interpreted what you were saying.
I think you're hungry. I think that's what's going on here.
No, I'm not hungry. I'm gonna stop eating. I'm gonna give me a cup of tea. How about that?
Cup of tea. And a biscuit.
And a scone. With some butter and jam. And some nice Russian hookers on the side.
Yeah.
I'll be right back. One sec.
Okay.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID.
So long, Sam
Weapons
Bridges.
detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. All clear.
Hello? Oh.
Yo.
My sister's such a loser. I have a twin. Did I tell you? Ah, probably not, but
You told me you had a sister. I don't know if you said she was a twin.
yeah, well, fraternal, so yeah, male, she's female, but, oh yeah, well, they're not, like, there.
Wow.
I was just wondering.
This is quite heavy. I'm gonna build myself a little base here.
Yeah, because you don't normally build them.
No, don't usually need to. Sorry.
United Cities of America. That's cool.
Okay, so I need to get 1,000 more special allies here.
Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID.
Oh shit!
Detection. All weapons will be locked until departure.
Fucking hell. So what, you reckon your sister put up something cringy?
Oh, no.
Oh, she's cool.
Oh, not cringy. I need to say very beautiful and very awesome.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
I love how it's no pissing. Can you piss wherever you want outside? No.
What you mean, like, do I allow myself to, or am I allowed to at my house? Like, what's the question?
Oh, no, I mean in terms of the game, because there was that construction sign and it's just like, no pissing.
You can piss anywhere.
Oh, shit! Yeah.
I think it's actually a way to deal with monsters, because you're, like, using... Oh, I'm gonna need...
Your waste.
Yeah.
Why haven't you done that? I haven't seen you do that.
I
Is it not
don't
effective,
even
or-
know if I've done it myself. I think I did it once, but not on a monster. I don't know, it's like scary being near them, and I don't particularly feel like flopping my cock out right next to them.
Please stand clear of the designated construction area.
Yeah,
Please
fair
stand
enough.
clear of the designated construction area.
Check this out. You've probably seen this kind of thing happen before, and I think it's cool.
Oh, yeah, the construction? Cool, let's have a look. Do you know what I mean? Like, to see that happening, like, in a world where it's plausible, like, is pretty neat.
Well,
Now printing. That's awesome.
Construction complete.
It makes you wonder why the world's in a state of decay when you can just do shit like that.
yeah, well... Yeah, they keep coming up with things like, the rain and all that stuff, but... It's almost like there's a balance to the order and chaos in the world. And in this universe, like, because you can build so much stuff so easily. Like,
Wow, you've got so much likes. Sorry for interrupting. Are those all your likes?
yeah, yeah.
Whoa.
I didn't really look at that myself, but I think a lot of it's from the NPCs as well, like people you do missions for.
Ah.
Your work is greatly appreciated.
But yeah, like as you go through the game, the amount of time that you can keep adding likes to someone's stuff goes up. So you can, when you go past something, you can like you can tap the button and give them a bunch of likes. But yeah, as you go further, you can just sit there spamming likes for ages. So I imagine there'd have to be some people go past my stuff who just spam the crap out of it. They feel like it.
Or it was the NPC spamming it.
True. I noticed as well, before my stamina was really low, and then I picked up an item that belong to someone else, they sort of gave me a like automatically for like assisting with them getting their thing back, and it was that like that bumped my stamina back up a bit. So you get more stamina for the likes that you get. Because it's that oxytocin stuff.
Principle.
Mm.
Well, that's good that you get stamina, because if you didn't, like, yeah, it would just be like weird to even kind of have the likes there, I suppose.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is odd. But odd.
Wait, so what was the new thing that they added in, by the way?
The drink, yeah, it's gone back to Monster here. But the last one I was at, they were like gold cans of Timefall.
Oh, is that the thing that got you drunk?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, cool.
Like when games have the ability to intoxicate yourself.
Yeah.
Like
Wow,
that game.
that's an iffy one, isn't it? Like, it's almost suggesting that when you get drunk, you're decaying your brain and body.
Well, it's true to some degree, I guess.
Yeah.
Gotta wear my MAGA gear. Oh, there's
Wait, didn't you get new sunglasses as well?
I did actually. Yeah, let's give them a crack.
Yeah. What were they called? I forgot. Daniel. No, not Daniel Roll. Newman.
They're cool.
Oh my god, those are real sunglasses in real life. Those are Prada.
There you go. He does like putting real glasses in the game. 'Cause
Yeah, he must wear those. Those are cool.
He's got his own brand of glasses, the guy who made the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're very...
Those are cool. Into Mars or something, but
True.
these ones are cool.
Let's see if I can change the colour of them to $15 ones I got from Shape and the same like colour scheme, but obviously I'm a big person on really big name brand stuff.
I'm tired now.
Other than like I've got myself quite a nice watch.
Oh, is it what type? Like, do you mind saying?
Seiko.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I had a Seiko.
Yeah.
Is it kinetic? What is it? Like, is it like battery?
I think
like
it's kinetic. I think it is battery. Oh. No, hold
Yeah,
on.
the best ones
I don't even
are.
have one. No, I do. It does have something special about it. I don't know if it's kinetic. I think it might be like solar.
What? That's really cool. But
yeah,
even the normal battery powered ones are real cool. Like, they're like top notch.
yeah. I think the most special thing about it is the band on it. It's like, the band and like the head of it have like alternating, what would you call it? Like charcoal and like chrome interlocking bits.
You should totally just send a photo.
But I don't have it on me.
Oh, that's all good. Another time. But yeah, it sounds... Yeah.
It looks like it's got a six-pack. Like, it looks like the chest of a superhero from, like, a Marvel movie or something. But, yeah, like, the black and the silver, it's sort of, like, sophisticated, but also has, like, darkness about it.
Wow.
So it's, like... Yeah, I don't know.
How long have you had it? Like...
I got it for my 30th birthday, so, like, almost a couple of years.
Yeah. Wow. That's all... Oh, you remember... Oh, that's so cool. Like, I think having, yeah, like, good possessions that you not only, like, are worth quality, but, like, you like as well. That's the important.
Well, I went out and I'm like, for my 30th, I'm gonna get a nice watch, but I'm not gonna like overspend. I'm looking at like, I don't know, $300 mark, like a nice fucking watch.
Yeah, that's nice.
And then, because I was thinking like is it Michael Hill would be a good level, because I was seeing some nice ones in there.
All of them.
And then I'm like, but I'll do a really good look around and see what I find. And I come across that one, I'm like, whoa, that looks really cool, but look at the price on it, and I don't know, I could probably be nitpicky about a couple of bits and pieces. And I looked around, and I'm like, I don't think I'm going to find anything better than that. And even though it's like twice the amount, over twice the amount I was considering spending.
I might make the test some when you're older.
Considering like it's meant to last a while and it's like a special time and that, like, fuck it, like, I'll pay like half of it. And I'll, like, it was going to be like a birthday gift, so, and I was like, yeah, if you guys could cover some of it, I'll pay the rest of it. And they did, my mother-in-law and my missus.
Oh, how sweet. Yeah.
So yeah, I was like, that's my
But
like,
you still love it to this day.
Oh, yeah.
You still love it to this day because you're frankly doing that's freaking neato.
Yeah, no, I won't be getting over that watch anytime soon.
Yeah.
I have people, like, even clientele at work come up and be like, man, that's a nice watch, like, you know, and I just go like, yep, and I'll be very aware if anyone tries to take it off my wrist.
The real slick ones, the mugs. Yeah. That's good that, yeah, you keep track of who says shit like that, because it's often those people that are like, sometimes like, ooh, that's a real nice watch, and then all of a sudden it goes missing. Like,
Yeah.
Okay. If anything, have a brain about it. Say like, that's a nice watch, then totally fade out of your life, then wait 3 years, and then boom!
Well, they wish they could fade out of my life.
Yeah. Oh, look at that. I just learned about a new function on YouTube.
What's that?
So I was watching a broadcast and sometimes the buffering lags. So the video doesn't load, you know, like it lags. But it would delay behind, like it would start operating from the moment that it loads, as opposed to where you are live, which was annoying, and I would have to keep skipping forward or refreshing the page. But I just clicked live and then it just ignores that and goes back into it, which is cool.
Yeah. Yeah, cool. I'm thinking maybe it might be worth me dodging these mules for now, because they're like a pain in the ass. I'll deliver all the shit I need to do, and then I'll go back there with like nothing on me, and I'll just destroy them all. Like, I'll wipe out that nest of them.
Yeah, smart.
I don't know if I can really go up that way.
It's cool. Have you still got your gun? Yeah?
Yeah, I can keep like making them, but yeah, I've got one now. I was gonna show you the cargo bowler gun. There you go. You want to read that thing?
An impoverished... Oh no, an improved... an improved lighter version of the...
Okay, so there's a thing
Wow,
I've got.
it's been infused with his blood.
Okay.
Why is blood so special?
Oh, fuck if I know. Yeah, so the wires, or the strands, I've got one of those by itself, and you can like sneak up behind a dude and like put it around his neck and like knock him out with it. I tried doing that earlier, and it just see how stealthy I can be going into the place and taking them out one by one, because that's what Metal Gear was like. You could just, and you know, I'd like to say that I was a good Metal Gear player. I also like giving people the opportunity to play it. And then he's like, "Oh, you do a bit," and I went to play, and I completely like stuffed up and like, you know, just went in loud. And, so it was like, oh, this thing that I like go on about, like being my passion and my identity, I was just, like, completely ruined. I'm like, next time I show him, oh, like, I'm gonna be the best he ever saw.
But hey, that negative interpretation could colour it forever.
True. Oh, well.
No. Well, at least, I think it's at least that almost shows that hint of vulnerability too. Do you know what I mean? Like, it shows that despite not being always the greatest at performing the game's task, you're still a massive fan. So I think that's even more rewarding to see, like a die-hard fan not perform the best but still love the game, you know, and not take it out on the game per se.
I think you must put a lot of effort into... Oh, there's more people. I think you put a lot of effort into being nice sometimes.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, don't even. Yeah, I agree. Fuck these assholes, see you later. Nah. No. I don't know. Next topic. Yeah.
For every pro there is, there's like con behind it. Figure out what it is.
Surprised it long ago.
Because it's not all daisies and roses.
So I want you to know I'm grateful.
But at least, you know what I mean? At least you can keep up a shroud of like niceness at least.
I'm just trying to like figure it out, like, because I mean, of course you do nice things because they're nice, like, and that's, you can't doubt that. But I don't know. I think you could get away with being meaner and still, like, you know, have the friends you've got, and you know what I mean. Like, I'm just.
Yeah.
Do you feel lonely? I know it's a pretty confronting question, but what?
You've kept me alive for a little while longer, Sam. I owe you one.
That's... Yeah. Like, I suppose, like, I would want to ask you that, like, because, like, that's something that is quite complex, you know? So, like, do you get lonely? Like, how do you feel about it? What's your take on it?
I get lonely from time to time. And then when I'm around lots of people, sometimes you get that feeling of like, I'm interacting with lots of people, but like, is it like deep quality interactions? But like, I'm generally a bit of a prick to most people I hang out with, so that's my thing. Like, I'm just like, I have been through times of loneliness or perceived loneliness, and they've sucked. But like, I guess I'm at that point now where I'm like, not afraid to be a prick if it's like justified, but I think it's more about sometimes I either get too much of a jester, or I'm like too tired and I'm like really like just irrational. And if I'm avoiding being the extremes of those both and I'm somewhere in the middle, then I'm all good. I don't mind.
Yeah. I think, yeah, that's a really awesome way to think about it too, like, do you know what I mean? Like, not wanting to occupy an extreme per se. Because any extreme, whether it be like positivity or negativity, like, being incredibly happy all of the time, that's kind of like scary too. It's like, whoa, what basically, like, if you were being a gesture or like, serious or like irrational or something, then yeah, it'd be good to be in the middle.
And some people like to stay in the exact center so that they're safe. And then But I like to swing from extreme to extreme sometimes, as long as your average is in the middle. As long as you're not too much of only one extreme.
Oh. Dang. Like, yeah. I think, like an ebb and flow almost. Yeah. I think that's definitely healthy.
Like, I refer to, the satanic, what do you call it? The star? Oh, shit.
The, inverted pentagram.
Yeah, so the direction it is isn't like the main concern to me, but like the symbology of, I know what you're saying, like the goat sort of
I
head.
would be specific. Yeah. Well,
Yeah, but like to me it's about like it's almost a graph, like a personality graph, and Satanists aren't afraid, in this sense of it anyway, aren't afraid to like go out to those extremes, as long as the extremes are sort of balanced. But
yeah,
like using that personality grid that I told you about, the Timothy Leary interpersonal like personality grid. I forget exactly what it's called.
yeah.
Hey puppy, there you go. He's awake. That me, is it? Hey buddy. How you going, mate? You're not meant to be awake. Why are you so happy? Being naughty. Hmm? Being a naughty boy. You're really happy. What are you being all happy for? You should be asleep. I'm gonna get a photo of you. Hey buddy. My beautiful boy. You kissed his foot and it was wet. Have you paid yourself? I'm guessing you dried him then. Wow, you're crazy, Kira. Do you want to eat my chocolate, do you, mate? Yeah, I don't know. So, sort of going to what I was talking about, I guess like one way of looking at it would be like there's a left and a right, you know, if you want to use those terms, and then there's centrists in the middle, and there's centrists that, you know, don't want to use either the left or the right's politics or arguments, and then there's centrists that will use like half of the lefts and half of the rights.
Yeah.
So you can use like the best parts of the extremes, or you can avoid them completely.
Well, I suppose. Oh, I like that. Because the Leary, the Timothy Leary model, that looked at extremes between hate and love, wasn't it?
No, there was like,
and then subdivisions, obviously, between the outside stuff. But it would be like aggressive, sadistic, rebellious, distrustful, more on the left, and then on the right, like responsible and like hypernormal or something. Was that it?
Your first one was your info, your philia or your phobia, and the second one was buddy, was your passive or dominant, and then so those two, left and right and up and down, make like a circular or like a square graph.
Yeah.
And in those, in the corners of those, you've got the things combined with each other.
Where would you be centered? Like, would you be more dominant? Hey, Or dominant love.
Well, again, it's not hate or love. It's scared or I guess like do you go towards life or do you retract from it? I don't want to do some shit. The rain.
Yeah.
You'll probably become more dominant over time.
Well, I think that's cool, because if you view like personality and identity as functions of particular aspects, then it makes sense that you can work in certain areas to kind of embellish or not embellish, like hone in on strengths and weaknesses of that context. But yeah, that's neat.
An extreme of the spectrum, and you know, and then someone who is like a Buddhist monk who wouldn't hurt a fly is at another extreme. You could either be someone in the middle who hunts your own animals and eats them, but wouldn't like hurt a person, or you could be someone that spends the majority of their time not harming anything, and then once a month they go out and like murder a rapist. So you're like,
that's a good, yeah.
You know, like Dexter style.
I think that's a good point. So wait, do you consider yourself more centrist? Like centrist in that regard?
I think
more
so, but I
left?
don't like to like rule out any extreme that I might need to go to if the
Yeah.
situation calls upon it.
Interesting. Yeah, I definitely agree. I think in that regard, and if we're using that model, I think I would be in the middle. I'd hope, but then again, I think I could be more on the right with friendliness and think, be perhaps a bit too accommodating.
Yeah, you're very accommodating.
Thank you.
Yes, you know, I've put something aside for you.
And the fact that you
Not to...
consider that a compliment is showing that you definitely are.
Yeah. I didn't even think about that one. But yeah, I just think you should be respecting of, like, I don't know.
Well, I guess I can respect that. Mr. Buddy. You're being the built boy. Ooh, smack daddy in the face. Hmm? Yeah, I think you could get away with being less accommodating. I think you could be meaner.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'll try. Hey. Yeah. I'll assimilate that and be an arsehole. I don't know, like, I think it's that paradigm of, like, treat others how you want to be treated, you know? So I suppose, like, if I can make them feel good and I can be friendly to them, then I would hope it comes back to me. And whatever.
Oh, but that's not, like, a moral thing to do if you're expecting it to come back to you.
Oh, well, maybe I shouldn't add that in then. Well, maybe that's why I do it. Maybe that's a slip. Maybe I'm not actually nice. Maybe you're not actually
illusion.
nice. Maybe you're not actually, like more dominant and aggressive. Maybe you're actually
Passive.
I don't know. Yeah,
It's
passive.
an act.
Exactly.
It's like a defensive
Exactly.
shell.
And especially with what you were saying growing up, like, makes sense.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe I intentionally built that shell.
I know you did. I know anyone would. Like, why wouldn't you? Like with how much suffering there can be in this world, it just makes sense to want to guard yourself.
I think defense is is an important thing in this world in general.
Yeah. And that is why I don't like going on party chat.
Um, what was I gonna say?
Maybe you should hop off.
Oh, yeah, I think I am critical on other people's like views and beliefs and thoughts because I do like them being critical back to me. And
Yeah.
even though you're very accommodating, you'll still like analyze and compare my philosophies with other like philosophers and psychological theory and stuff. And a lot of it will be very agreeing, but then you'll find other parts where you're like, oh, you know, like that contrasts this, and you'll say it in a positive way, which is good. But I'd probably be more like, oh, well, this philosopher wouldn't like you because rah rah rah. I don't know.
Yeah. And I think that's the perhaps in terms of like when we discussed spinning things in like you're more likely to remember the negative. I suppose in that respect it's actually a positive if I do frame it with a more assertive, domineering tone like you're stupid, stop it. Maybe I'll try that, hey? From now on I'll say you're stupid.
Okay.
If I think you're stupid. But I don't think that though. And then that I think it's being nice and being friendly is almost that principle of charity. Like you give them that strongest interpretation because at the end of the day, what if you're actually a piece of trash and you're spouting nonsense? Then who are you?
Well, true. I guess
And I don't want to be that person.
when you're nice for so long, like the tendency could be that I start to not believe it.
Oh, got you.
And that if you're like that with everyone, even people who are trash, then like I have no way of telling if you're actually ever critical with the things I'm saying.
Good point. That's a good point. That's a really good point. Well, I suppose that just means you have to invite other variables into the connection. Do you know what I mean? Like, we need other crazy people in here.
Yeah.
And then you can judge that or attempt to psychoanalyze that. But, yeah. I don't know.
Because like if you know
But
that someone's really mean and then they say something nice to you, you know it's like you've kind of earned it in a way,
Yeah.
or like you've impressed them. But if they're always being nice, you're like, ooh, like. But don't get me wrong, I'm enjoying it. Who gives a crap if you impress mean people? My job calls upon it.
To do what? To
I think
impress?
everyone can be mean.
Oh, wait, your job calls upon you to be mean.
No, to impress mean people in some ways.
Oh, got you.
It makes my job easier if I can get the respect of them while I'm telling them what to do.
Got you. So that's what's going on here.
Oh, not necessarily. My wife just asked me a question and she goes, like, who gives a shit if you're respectful to mean people?
Oh, yeah, good question. Love that.
He says, good question.
I said love that.
Love
Tell
that,
her
he
I
says.
said... Yeah.
I'll
good.
put you on the mic to her. No, she doesn't like talking to my mates.
Ah. Okay.
Buddy,
So,
you
do I say
gonna eat my
hello?
M&Ms? She's just not interested in ever having the microphone on.
Aw, she's a smart woman.
She's a smart woman.
Yeah. Or person. I shouldn't have said one. Smart
Babe,
person.
how can I assist you?
Get off and put the baby in bed and cuddle.
I'll catch you in a bit.
Okay. Are we gonna hop off? Okay.
Catch. Hey, dude. Are you there? Yeah. Are you gonna be on for a bit tonight? Are you gonna be on for a bit tonight? Yeah. Well, it could be like an hour and a half or something, to get him back to bed. So I'm gonna jump off live, and I'll give you another invite if I jump back on. Yeah, cool. Yeah, you too, bud. Alright, mate. Catch you soon. Bye.